25-year prank.
What's his name? Perry Farrell?
Yeah. No, let's not mention him.
Okay.
Because
I know.
Let's just have people go find it when he said Heat. But you see that and you go, oh, that's the same guy. Like, yeah. Well, so one thing that does happen to guys as they get older is, they soften their ways and they change who they are.
This is the white moderate rhetoric. Yes, dude. White moderates, all of them. Famously apolitical white moderates. Shane is a Trump guy. The fuck are you on about? Oh, you're literally doing the thing that I was trying to explain, which is that you just move along. Okay? Hassan loves to defend his fellow famous men, though. Exactly. There is a definite cynical purpose here because I love defending famous guys. That's classic. It can't possibly be that this is an issue that I have explained every single time. So much so that there is literally an explaining jokes autism power hour segment that I do all the fucking time. Okay? Yeah. That's class. That's
okay. Okay. Hold on now. Hold on. Fuck.
You have to create drama and tension. Everything has to be tension.
Now, from the beginning.
Otherwise, why am I reading?
How do you think about doing it?
It's got to have something that's leading you to the next page.
So where does something like that come from?
Learning how to write screenplays, and the other was learning how to write murder mysteries.
It's not what I expected you to say at all.
With murder mysteries,
You have to create
they
drama
do
and tension.
to really bring you into the story. You're on the edge of your seat because you're like, what would I do and how would I react?
Well, that's how American Kingpin reads.
I have a friend who's a big screenwriter in Hollywood, and he read an early draft of it, and he called me.
Whack.
I think all bootstrap founders have this romantic dream about our product. We want it to be fully.
You know what? Hold on. Before we get to it.
Things will be the same in a different way. Go into a place where I used to stay. Find there's something new in this home I know. Things will be the same. Be alright. Seems into a place where
I don't like how it cuts out the music. It's fucked up.
Paradise skies with feet beat.
FaceTime?
I am for tomorrow. Work on my mind. Go into a place where I used to say, hey, there's something new in this home I know. Be alright, see you sometime. It's gonna be the won't die in the city. Be alright, see you sometime. Gonna be the won't die in the city. Be alright, see you sometime. It's gonna be the won't die in the city. Be alright, see you sometime.
Okay. Huh.
You're not done. You get broke up.
Damn, I have a conference in 30 minutes. Okay, so this.
You're another one.
So first I have to figure out what data.
To be ours, like the trees on our shore. But we live.
Okay, beta, Elon. Sign up. Okay, what the fuck? Log in. So Iris. Get started.
Alex.
Hey, morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Just just knocking stuff out. Had a couple clients and stuff I had to do some stuff for.
Okay.
Just got dressed and ready. What are you doing?
Just working.
Nice. Nice. I wanted to come in. I was calling you because I wanted to start organizing for coming in this weekend.
Okay.
So, yeah, probably.
Organize.
Just let you
organize
know.
what?
Just let you know that I'm coming in this weekend tomorrow.
Okay. Cool. Well, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you what about you? What are you doing? What are your plans? What have you been doing?
I don't really have any plans. I didn't go to Trey's game last week, and because I was teaching, and I didn't. I don't know if I'm going tonight. I have to look and see. If they're playing at home, because now he's playing all over the place.
Yeah.
So I can only go to the ones that are in Burleson. So they have, I think, another home game soon against Burleson High
Oh, really?
across town. Yeah, so I have to look at the schedule. But I'm not there. I don't have any plans.
I see.
I can't remember what I have plans, but I can't remember what they are.
I see. Well, I got invited to this festival in Carrollton. Yeah, I don't know how feasible it is to go, but I mean, because Carrollton's pretty far, right?
Yeah, it's on the other. It's up there by Frisco.
Oh, yeah, that's far.
Frisco's an hour and a half.
Yeah, I know. I remember that was crazy going there one time. Yeah, I got invited to that. I don't know if I'll actually go. I did get an invite, and then but it was cool because it was a culture fest, so I thought that was cool. And then
Yeah, I think Oktoberfest is this weekend in Fort Worth.
oh, really? What are they doing?
They have a bunch of stuff down there at Panther Island, or the park or something. They have food booths and all kinds of stuff. I've never gone, but I wouldn't mind going, checking it out.
Yeah. I might. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for whatever. I mean, as long as we have some solid, cool things to do, Yes, I always come down there and have to wing it sometimes.
Well, sometimes that's what you got to do.
Yeah. But that, and then, I do want to go back to the museum, too, because they have a new exhibit.
Okay. All right. Well, what time do you think that you'll be rolling in here?
I'll let you know. I fixed my car. I might drive, I might not. We'll see.
Well, I hope you drive, because I need my vehicle, and I can't have you use my,
Yeah.
I hope you drive.
All right.
All right, and then how long are you going to stay?
I'm not sure. Like I said, probably Monday or Tuesday at the latest.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have some stuff. I have to look at my calendar. That's what I'm doing right now, is working on my calendar.
I see.
It's the last week of the month, and then a lot of stuff's happening next month, and I need to make sure I don't drop the ball on any of it.
I see.
All right, well, I've been sending you some stuff, so when you get here, maybe we can talk about it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that too. If you want to go to those two events you emailed me.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
All right. Yeah, just look at your calendar.
That's why I sent it to you to consider it, and they're both going to be fun. So, but I think John's probably going to come up from San Antonio for that one education for tomorrow with AI or something. It's going to be at Texas Stadium.
That's tomorrow?
No, it's the 20th of October.
Okay. Yeah. I remember that one.
And I think we're going to try to start making some, some material some documentation or something to give to people for our consulting contract in education.
Like
So
what?
we're going to do a lot of marketing there.
I see.
So if there's going to be an AI concept, it's got to be vetted by them and put into some kind of dossier that we give to people.
Well,
Like I said, I have some ideas. Once you get here and you take a look at this book, that's a pretty good reference for putting together something.
okay.
All right.
All
I'll
right.
see you tomorrow.
All right. Love you.
Love you too. Did you answer what time you're going to be here? Are you going to pick up Trey first?
I need to figure it out because I was trying to, see if I was gonna not Von Lane, but hitch or what.
Okay.
But I'll look. It's because I already paid for my hitch from last week. But they remember my driver was driving crazy, so I got a credit back to my account. So basically, I already have the money in hitch. So
Yeah, but you can always use that any time too. You may even be able to you make sure that it's good for at least a year, and you may be able to use it for an emergency.
yeah, I know. I was just I'm just like I already spent the money, so I'll look at it though.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna because I do need to be able to be mobile.
Okay. All right.
All right, love you. Talk to you in a bit.
All right.
Bye.
Love you too. Bye.
Okay, remind me to call John Ayala and add him to the leads. I need to add John Ayala to the leads. Oh shit! We need to add John Ayala to the leads. John Ayala to the leads. A report. John Ayala to the leads. Damn, there's a lot of shit in here. Okay. Okay, John Ayala. Alright, so let's add that in there. And then let's run it. Process with AI failed. Let's look at this error. Damn, WhatsApp is actually the shit. All right, so Okay, so I also need to add website URL into here. I don't know why I don't have that already.
Hi, chat, as well. I'm seeing a lot of hellos. I was caught rocking out to the opening tunes. How about that music? Hopefully it got you as excited for the rest of today as I am. Good
There's a symbol
morning,
out there for
good
now, but we
afternoon, and
can't.
evening. Thanks for joining Section's AI ROI conference from around the world. Oh my gosh, we're coming in from everywhere. Seeing several thousand of us on the call already. The rumor has it we have 20,000 to be registered, so let's see where we get. And again, let us know if you're just joining, where you're joining us from. We'd love to see that. If we haven't met yet, I am Maxwell and I will be your co-pilot through the day today. We have an action-packed agenda to dig into. We'll go from today's AI ROI gap to tomorrow's playbooks. What will we cover? We'll cover AI markets, investors, scaling, adoption, measurement, everything under the sun, really. We have 7 hours. We also realize there are real barriers standing in the way of true AI adoption inside of businesses. So we will stop along the way today to shine a light on the most common ones. And we'll also talk about strategies for overcoming these roadblocks. We'll cover AI markets as well. Needless to say, we have a stellar lineup of speakers today, so stick around and text your friends to join. And before we dive in, remember, the chat is where the magic happens. It's already been happening. The chat is your forum to engage, debate, build on each other's ideas, whatever feels right. We're moving through multiple conversations today at a pretty good pace, so there will not be any structured Q&A on airtime. But hey, that's what the chat is for. The Section team is also there in the chat to help with any questions, so give them a shout. They're standby. An important heads up, we are recording today's session and you can expect the replay to hit your inbox sometime early next week. You'll get a full downloadable playbook of today's insights in your inbox tomorrow already, so not too long of a wait there. One last thing, we want you leaving today with more than just ideas. We want you leaving with a roadmap. So check the chat once it calms down a little bit for our AI ROI strategy planner template. The goal here is for you to use this planner throughout today's sessions to lock in your insights and start building your action plan. So get it open when you can so that you're ready to roll. What will I do today? I'll be your guide between segments. So of course, I'll be popping back up on camera throughout the day to move the conversation along. But for now, it's time to get started. So please join me in welcoming Greg Shove, Section's CEO. He's about to set the scene for the rest of the day with some opening thoughts. No fluff, just facts. That's Greg's style, as many of you already know. The mic is all yours, Greg. Take us away.
Thank you, Maxwell. Welcome, everybody. San Francisco, Georgia, India, London. Amazing. Amazing. Welcome, everyone. Glad you could be here. By the way, the last couple webinars, people have been saying in chat that I look tired. I'm not tired. I'm just old. So don't remind me. All right. I've got slides to share. I will do that right now. We're going to talk about ROI for the next six, is it 6 or 7 hours, Maxwell? How long are we together?
My math must be, I think it's 7. Let me check on that, but I think 11 to 6.
Let's do it. All right. Put in chat where you're joining from. If you haven't already, appreciate it. It brings everything to life for all of us. My name is Greg Shove. As Maxwell said, I'm all in on AI. And just don't call me an AI influencer, but I'm the CEO of Section. I'm the founder of Machine & Partners, an AI development lab. I'm about to launch a podcast and newsletter called AI Truth Serum. And I'm lecturing this weekend at Berkeley Haas School of Business about AI. A little bit about Section. Short commercial. We're an AI enablement and transformation company. We help other firms, other companies deploy AI successfully and get ROI. How do we do that? We launch. We help you benchmark your workforce in terms of their AI maturity, and we forward deploy an AI transformation consultant into our largest clients to be an extension of your AI team. We coach every employee in a personalized, magical way with a product called Prof AI. And if you haven't seen Prof AI, go to prof.ai. It's free to consumers. Teams and companies have to pay. And then finally, Prof AI will provide the analytics and insights, the dashboard, to tell you what's working and what's not, who's using AI proficiently and who's not. So today, our goal is to cut through all the hype, all the predictions, all the bullshit about AI and really get to this question of where's the ROI? Why is there an ROI gap? And how do we close that gap? That's our goal today. In other words, show me the money. 7 hours of dense, high-calorie information. Pick the sessions that are of most interest to you or stay the whole day if you can. Share your knowledge in chat. And as Maxwell said, don't self-promote. Let's start with a quick poll. Maxwell, over to you.
Dude, I want to do
On your
something like
screen
this.
right now, you should be seeing a Zoom poll that's asking you, what do you think about AI ROI right now? I'm seeing the votes rolling already, but tell us, is it, is there already a lot of ROI obvious to you? It's there, but hard to measure. Or is there lots of value for the employee, not for the employer? I'm sure will end up in that bucket. And do you think it's all hype? That's the last answer option there. So let's see. Let's get to at least 65% of the folks voted in, and we'll see. But I already see a clear winner emerging. Love to hear your thoughts on that once it's over, Greg. Where are you? Which bucket are you in? You got to vote. You got to vote.
I'm in 2 buckets. So the bucket at Section, we're 30-ish people, and we're fully AI enabled and have been for the last year, is obviously the first category, the first vote. We are seeing tremendous productivity gains from AI across the organization in terms of our company. But I also spend a lot of time with companies and leaders who are struggling to find any ROI. So I live in 2 worlds, Maxwell, if you will.
I think a lot of folks are living right by your side. And actually, the second bucket, the bucket where it says it's there, the ROI that is, but it's hard to measure, is the one that won. 58% of us here today ended up there. You're in the right place, folks. We'll talk about how to measure today. Greg, expected, unexpected? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think expected, and I think that's going to be my guide for the interviews that I conduct today in terms of our fireside chats. I'll make sure I get to that question every time, which is how are you measuring ROI, and is it landing with the CFO? Because that's an important question too, right? So how do we get to this place of measurement along the way, or do we have to wait until it's really so obvious? Yeah, I think we should be talking about that a lot today. All right, listen, I just got back from 4 days in British Columbia. I was a couple hours north of Vancouver. I was with 2 of my oldest, closest friends from when I grew up in Toronto and my early career, Ward Sellers and Mike Tyndall. I've known them both for close to 40 years. We were looking for grizzlies. And the first 3 days of looking for grizzly bears in northern British Columbia reminded me of looking for AI ROI. It was a lot of hard work and/or cold and miserable work, sitting on a boat, drifting down a river, looking at the bank, hoping to find a grizzly, sitting in a viewing platform in the cold and rain, scanning the valley looking for a bear or 2, or hiking in the middle of nowhere, trying to bump into a bear. And the first 3 days, there were not many bears. We caught the glimpse of the back ass of a bear. That feels like AI ROI today. And on the 4th day, it was like bear party. I think this is really what's going on with AI ROI. And again, we hope today to help you close this gap. What's going on today? CEOs have FOMO. They see revenue per employee numbers that are being posted like at companies like Palantir or Google, historically the strongest revenue per employee, large public company. And they want in on that action. They see this promise of AI delivering high revenue per employee. They also want more strategic value. CEOs talk a lot about efficiency. They also talk, especially to investors, a lot about growth and how to leverage new technologies for growth. At the same time, quite frankly, and sometimes I find it rather disgusting, they can't stop bragging about layoffs. If you're a CEO, don't do this. If you're going to use technology to become more efficient, if you're going to use AI to become more efficient, sure, I get it. That is one way to pay for AI and pay for the cost of all this. But don't brag about it. Don't brag about layoffs. Sure, you can brag about being more efficient. By the way, I'm in New York. If you hear sirens, don't worry about it. We're right downtown. at Horizon Media. It's where we're live streaming from today. So, sure, we get it. AI can make us more efficient. Don't brag about it. CFOs are on the fence still, as we would expect them to be. They haven't yet seen this ROI, and we just talked about it, right? We just answered the poll, and most of us are having a hard time measuring it, so you would expect CFOs to be skeptical. Obviously, the tech companies are talking about all kinds of productivity gains. I think they're mostly talking their own book in terms of, they're probably struggling like we are to measure these gains. We know the promise. Sam Altman again this week talking about AI being a fundamental driver of the economy, but someone's going to have to pay for this. It's not consumers, it's going to be companies, it's going to be enterprise, our employers, and again, we're not yet seeing the gains. Companies are struggling to capture these gains. This is what it looks like today in terms of ROI. A lot of enterprise investment in AI so far. I'm talking about companies investing in their AI efforts. I'm not talking about data centers. I'm talking about AI products and services that companies have been spending on, and not much reported ROI, about 14%. This is what it has to happen. We have to flip this and get a 10x ROI. It feels like to me by 2030, plus or minus by a year or two. But if we're not seeing this kind of ROI, if companies aren't seeing this kind of ROI, I don't think they're going to pay much for it. And that's going to be a problem for all the AI companies, obviously. They need revenue, and they need it to turn on fast. Sure, they've seen historic revenue growth. Companies like OpenAI and Anthropic and Cursor and these AI applications, they are seeing very, very fast growth. But they need to see a lot of revenue within the next 5 years, and that's going to come from companies paying for the AI. And so those companies are going to have to see ROI. We know what's going to eventually happen. It happened in SaaS, it's going to happen in AI. Eventually, the prices will go up. At some point, once we're hooked on AI as consumers, and certainly once our companies are jacked up on AI, the prices, we would imagine, will start to go up as these AI companies have to recoup these investments. And as I said, that's what happened in software. So how do we get this ROI? I think about it simply. There's two paths to ROI, one or both, either serially or in parallel, meaning at the same time. One is cut. McKinsey might say efficiency. Get more efficient. The other is create or growth. Those are the two, in my opinion, operating modes for AI that will lead us to ROI. Let's talk about cut a little bit more, because everybody right away thinks about cutting jobs. It's not necessarily about cutting jobs, obviously. I think it starts with cutting tasks, cutting workflows, cutting vendors and contractors, cutting contracts with SaaS solutions that you don't need anymore because you can replace that with AI-assisted workflows. Maybe cutting data sources that you no longer need, or consolidating data sources, or consolidating vendors. I think this is the potential, obviously, of AI, and we can get to these gains relatively quickly. Of course, create is, for all of us, more exciting. It's about creating new products, creating new services, creating new revenue streams, entering new markets, competing in places where you couldn't compete before, ultimately creating new jobs. My point of view on this is, as leaders, we all need to move through the first phase as fast as possible. This cut phase, this efficiency phase, is for most companies a necessary step in terms of finding ROI. We get it. Move through it quickly, even for yourself. Make yourself more efficient, make your team more efficient, make your organization more efficient. The faster we move through the cut phase, the faster we'll lower anxiety, the faster we'll clear some of the fog and uncertainty of AI, and frankly, get to the fun stuff. And the fun stuff is this next phase. And again, you can do this in parallel. You could make that cut phase very short. In a small organization, you could do this in months. And again, then get to the next phase, which is how do you create new products and services? How do you improve your current products and services to generate more revenue, keep customers more happy, ultimately make your organization more valuable? That's what has to happen. How do we do this? How do you deliver on the promise of AI efficiency? This is what it should like, and there are very few organizations, but there are a few. There are some organizations who are pulling this off. High levels of daily active or weekly users of AI tools. High levels meaning over 50% at least, and in some cases getting to 80% active daily usage across the knowledge workforce in the organization using an LLM like ChatGPT for Enterprise. Getting significant productivity gains, maybe as much as a day a week. You can do the math. This will be very significant realized AI savings. And from that, you can decide what to do with those savings. Grow with less headcount, or obviously reduce headcount, or reduce other expenses, vendors and contractors and so on. This is what the math can look like, and we're seeing some evidence of this, but we're still early and it's not easy. This is what's likely going on. This is what we see at Section. This is what I see when I talk to clients and prospects, or certainly prospects, not our clients. Our clients are doing much better than this. This is what I see when I talk to prospects. A small number of daily active users, typically 5 to 10%. That's not surprising. That's typically the number of early adopters in any organization, whether that be a school or a government agency, small company, a large company. We've all got early adopters. We've all got people with growth mindset, curious, who want to kind of push it. And they're the only active users in a lot of larger organizations. They are getting some productivity gain, but really they're not yet capturing these realized savings. And what that means is you're throwing money away when you're buying an enterprise LLM license, or like Microsoft Copilot Pro, which you're paying $20 to $30 a month for. You're basically throwing that money away because you've got beginner AI users. Most users report very superficial use cases. They have not been trained properly. They've not been supported to find their use cases, find their sort of real valuable ways to deploy AI. They're summarizing emails, summarizing report. Sure, maybe saving a few minutes here and there. That's not going to generate the kind of productivity gains that we all hope to generate. Or we see employees hoarding the value for themselves. They think about this as a zero-sum game, and if they've got this edge, they don't want to help others get the same edge because they view this as a competitive environment, which it is, certainly in some companies. Or you've got, and I think this is more common than we realize, you've got employees getting the gain, and the gain yet is not passing back to the employer. So if you're a CFO and CEO listening in right now, what I can tell you is those employees who are active with AI, who have trained themselves and found their own kind of productivity gains and sort of hacks with AI, they're getting those gains. They may not yet be accruing to the employer. I think that's okay, and that's, again, to be expected in this moment when we're early. And those early adopter employees are figuring out how to use AI. Maybe the manager doesn't realize it yet. And the workflows and the workloads have not yet been adjusted. And some of those employees are going to take that time and go walk the dog or take a yoga class or something like that. You know, again, I think that will change over time, or it's not. You're not going to get there by throwing spaghetti at the wall. And I give J&J credit for sort of coming out and talking about how their first efforts were really not successful. They just tried to do too much. They spread themselves too thin across the organization in terms of their AI pilots, over 900. And if you do that, again, throw a lot of stuff at the wall, likely most of it won't stick. Finding growth, so besides efficiency, finding growth is harder. It's got more upside. We know that. Creating new revenue, entering new markets, creating new products and services definitely has more upside, has more sustainable enterprise value or potential of it. But it is riskier, it does take longer, and it's not for the faint of heart. And we see some of those, the early hype is not yet being realized. Certainly with larger organizations that have kind of slapped AI onto existing products. Again, I think in time that will change, either because startups show the way or because the incumbents figure it out and focus less on performative AI in the press release and more on actually improving their product or service with AI, and then generating revenue from that improvement because customers will actually see the value. So we're not there yet. I expect this to happen. It will take longer. And by the way, none of this is going to happen, meaning efficiency or growth in our businesses, if AI stalls. And that is what's happening. Leaders across corporate America and across global corporate, the global corporate world have, in my opinion, made a serious mistake. And this is a crisis. And the mistake is they think AI is software like any other enterprise software, like an ERP or a CRM, and they buy it, it's always easy to buy software. and they deploy it like other AI or other software deployments. They do a training month, they do a few all hands meetings, they turn on some access to some online training and expect this just to kind of race to 50, 60, 70% adoption and active usage. This is not software. This is not enterprise software. It doesn't behave like software. It's co-intelligence that is magical and clownish in its behavior, meaning it makes mistakes and also does incredible things at the same time. It takes a lot of change management. It takes a lot of support. It takes effort to lower the anxiety that is in the workforce. It takes effort to show people how to use this co-intelligence in their own job and in their teams' projects and workflows. This is not enterprise software, guys. If you buy it and deploy it like you bought and deployed a CRM and an ERP, I think you're going to be very disappointed. This is what's happening. This is why enterprise adoption is flatlining. The good news, though, is that we can close this gap because there's a playbook. This is not rocket science. It is hard work, but it's not rocket science. What we need to do is build this pyramid. This will, for small organizations, take a year. For larger organizations, this will take 2 to 3 years, depending on the size of the organization. But if you're managing a team of under 100, a company or a team of under 100, I think you can get this done in a year, maybe 2 at most. If you're talking about thousands of people, certainly this will take longer. You lay the foundation of your AI ROI with workforce augmentation. You buy, deploy, and support, meaning with coaching and change management, the whole organization, everyone in the knowledge workforce to be able to use high quality AI, best of breed AI. That means ChatGPT for enterprise, Copilot Pro, Google Gemini. You know, you can pick your favorite AI. I think they're all pretty much, they're all similar in capabilities at this point. Workforce augmentation, lay that foundation. If you do that, they will then, your employees, reveal to you the opportunities for workflow automation. This is the promise of agents, obviously, in terms of finding workflows, potentially hundreds of them in larger organizations, finding hundreds of workflows that can be semi-automated or fully automated with AI. Likely today, more semi, meaning human in the loop, workflows assisted or supported by AI. And then finally, you'll find opportunities, probably not a high number, there'll be a small number of high return, higher risk, but higher value opportunities, and really what I consider business process automation with AI, sort of really reinvent a significant business process inside your organization. You'll likely, again, adopt more risk, but potentially see more gain. This is the playbook, guys. We can do this. If we do this, I think what we'll be able to create is something what I call a super company. This is the era of super companies. The next 10 years, most of them today are startups, meaning OpenAI, Anthropic, Cursor. These are AI native companies building AI products or services. They are growing quickly. The whole workforce is using AI every day to run the business, create the products and services. They have super leaders who know how to manage humans and AI, and they have super employees. These are employees that know how to use AI every day in their own workflows. These are super companies. I think all of us can be a super company. For some of us, it will take longer. Again, larger organizations in more regulated environments. For some of us, we can get there quickly. I believe this is what we should be aiming to, though, how to be a super company. We're seeing this not just in AI, we're seeing this in other industries, including, for example, the company Moderna, and Bryce Chalamel, the head of AI for Moderna, will join us later today. His boss, Tracy Franklin, was quoted in this Wall Street Journal article just the past couple of days about how that organization is changing as they merge high levels of AI and AI agents with the human workforce. Today is your AI boot camp. We've assembled an amazing group of instructors. We have an agenda. Everybody has this, right? Maxwell, like if people need to leave and come back, Like we've sent them an email with the timing of everything?
Absolutely, and not just one email, folks. You'll know where to be.
Okay, so you know, if you can't stay with us all day, I have nowhere to go. I can't go anywhere. I'm here for the day. But if you need to go do something else, come back. Throughout the day, some amazing instructors here to help us all figure out AI, measure AI, and create value, enduring value with AI, not just press releases. At the end of the day, some of our best instructors, Bryce, Michael, and Bob Lord at Horizon Media. So join us for as much as you can. Think about the questions that are on your mind. Here's a list that I would suggest you can start with. How do I measure? What's the right hurdle rate? Are you looking for 5x on your AI investments, 10x? What's your CFO expecting? How many months before you kill a pilot or greenlight a pilot? Like, how patient should you be to see this ROI? Can you get AI, ROI from off-the-shelf AI? I know that answer. For me, that's yes. And my organization, that's a resounding yes. But you know, if that's on your mind, you know, let's use today to get that answer. Should you think about AI deep in one function in terms of finding ROI? Should you think about it as horizontal across the organization, or both? Again, good question. Use today to get the answer to that, and so on. The podium awaits us. It's possible. We can build super companies if we can follow the playbook and understand this is not software, this is co-intelligence that we're deploying to our workforces. I think the podium awaits us. It won't be easy. Some of you will not make it to the podium, or you'll get there in the end, but maybe not on the podium. Use this resource, take notes in this doc. We're in this together. We're ready to go.
Greg, what a way to set the tone and get a roadmap in front of us for the rest of the day. Thank you. By the way, your video setup looks excellent, exceptionally good. So
that's because I had all those "you look tired" comments. So like,
it's so good. I might ask you to stick around for the next one.
No, I just told the crew, make me look younger.
All right, folks. Well, Greg, thanks again for setting the stage for us. Let's dive right in. AI ROI takes a strong builder to bring to fruition, which is what our next first and next session is going to be about. When our guest Alicia Abella joined Novo Nordisk, she inherited exactly zero AI infrastructure. I'm talking no strategy, no project tracking, no ROI metrics. Facing that proverbial blank page is what was happening. In under a year, Alicia built the entire internal structure from scratch. She created an AI roadmap, designed a way to measure returns, launched an AI champion program, and that program is already making an impact. This is how you build for ROI when you're starting from nothing. So we are going to have Greg back on stage, just because he looks so good, to chat with Alicia about how she did it. Welcome, Alicia, and Greg, take us away.
Thank you, Alicia. Great to see you again. So when you turned up, how much AI was already going on, Alicia, at Novo Nordisk? Like, you know, what was happening? What was the situation that you inherited, if you will?
Yeah. So thank you first and foremost to you, Greg, and the organization for having me here today and giving me this opportunity. I also want to give a special shout out to Eric Borges for actually introducing me to you and this organization, and he'll be up a little later today. So, you know, by way of just quick introduction, as Maxwell said, I joined Novo Nordisk a little under a year ago, and I joined at a time when the organization, specifically Novo Nordisk US operations, right? Because we've got Novo Nordisk Global in Denmark, and then we've got the US operations, which is where I work out of, was standing up and transforming and creating an organization that was around commercial excellence and innovation. And so I was brought in as the AI product lead, who was going to bring new AI opportunities to the business, to figure out where were there opportunities to bring AI to solve some of the business imperatives that the company had. It was initially just focused on marketing and sales, but I have since expanded to an entire enterprise. And one of the things that I first did when I joined was to go on a listening tour. So I went and I started talking to the leaders across the business, whether that was marketing, the sales leadership, IT leadership, legal, compliance. I wanted to sort of get a sense of the maturity of AI. How were people feeling about embracing it, using it? Where were they using it already today? What kinds of technologies did we have available today in order to just kind of assess the maturity and acceptance of these tools? And I guess I was a little bit maybe surprised to find out that the adoption and maturity level wasn't at the level maybe that I was expecting, but maybe I was expecting too much because I came from Google before joining Novo Nordisk, and before that I was always in technology, managing researchers and technologists, and now I'm here in a pharmaceutical industry, which is a completely new industry for me, and it's highly regulated and it's conservative, and so maybe I shouldn't have been surprised, but that was sort of how I went about kind of just setting the baseline, and then realizing that, oh gosh, you know, they are.
Hold a second, Alicia. How long did that take? That listing tour and sort of baseline assessment? How long did that take? No, approximately.
Yeah, it was approximately probably 3.
Bro, I leave my computer. Dude! Computer's always dying. Alright, fuck it, man.
Here's how.
Crazy. Crazy. Fuck, I got kicked out the conference. Fuck!
I've been good out. Hey, I've been in my bag.
Bro, get some money in your pocket, bro.
Yo, I gotta hop in the shower, bro. I gotta catch this flight.
Damn. Yo, get some money in your pocket, bro.
Yo, where the fuck are you going? You look crazy as hell right now. What is this?
Bro, get some money in your pocket, nigga. Get some.
What is that?
Get some money in your pocket, nigga.
I know, nigga. I'm on this trip for $100. Only God. Only God can save me.
Bro, you know what you should do? You should
put it all in God's hands.
You should buy every single meal right now on McDonald's just so you don't go broke. Like just so you don't go hungry. Like just go ahead and get that order in.
I'm fasting.
Go ahead and get that order in, nigga.
I'm fasting. I just eliminated eating. Fasting.
Good timing.
Eliminated.
Good timing.
Yo, I gotta hop in the shower, bro. I'll hit you. I get to the airport and all that shit. All right, peace.
I got this need. I got this feeling. I can't itch. Like I got something to do. I just don't know what I gotta do. Like I'm behind on something. You know what I know? I know. This right here. This right here. This right here solves all. Chuck solves all. The ultimate. It's like crack, but oh shit. I feel like everyone doesn't like smoke weed anymore. Nobody smokes weed. Just me. Yes. What would you like? How can I help you? Yeah? Oh, for real? Huh? Oh? Okay. You gonna stuff your face in me? Okay. You gonna stuff your face in me? What about you? Just gonna sit there? What's up, Charlie? What are you waiting on, Charlie? All of us? All of us? Us? Together? All right. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? You want the toy? You want to go outside, huh? Which one? Which one? Smart boy. Ooh. Okay. All right. So, first things first. Motherfuck. I need to get this damn stream back on. You know, I could have pulled it back on a long time ago. I'm just a menace.
Recording in progress. Constantly be marketing it. I create posters that I put up around the building. We're going to be showcasing videos on the digital TVs that are in the building. I invite myself to senior leadership's town halls where I can advertise the tool and its capabilities. And you just have to keep that drumbeat going, because if you don't, it'll get forgotten, or might not get the utilization and the number of users you would want. And the tool does evolve and it changes, and you add features to it. So every time you do that, you have to again go back and refine the adoption plan, and you have to create again that marketing campaign. And you have to constantly have that buzz. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I want to make T-shirts.
Sure, but Alicia, why don't you just mandate it? Like, what? It sounds like you're doing a lot of like carrots, right? Well, how about the stick? Like, why don't we just say, hey, if you're going to be in this job, you got to use this AI tool, or not?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts there about the balance of those two approaches?
Yeah. No, it's a good question, and the reason why we're not mandating it is the culture within Novo Nordisk, right? I mean, we have a culture that we call kind of the Novo way, and sometimes people might refer to it affectionately as Novo Nice. And so the idea of mandating the utility of it just does not fit with the culture. Yep. And so you have to work around making sure that we're working within the culture of the company.
No, I get it. I'm Canadian, so I understand nice. Although we are hearing of companies, right? The obvious one is Shopify.
Yes.
Embedding, at least that's what they've said they're doing, AI proficiency in the annual performance review. What do you think of that kind of idea?
What do I think of that idea? Again, I think it's I don't know. I think I've always been more in the camp of, if the tool and the technology you're giving to the people helps solve a problem for them and they start to experiment with it, I'd rather encourage them to experiment with it and use it and realize themselves that, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's taking me this long to use this. I can't, I can't live without it, right? It should become like air.
Make the product hook them, basically, right? Yeah. Like make a great product, right? Make a great solution.
Yes. That's kind of my philosophy.
All right, let's switch to these projects you've been referring to a couple times. Let's talk first about the kind of approval process or vetting process. How do you vet some of these ideas, and what are the metrics for vetting them?
Yeah. So I would say, so I'll focus in maybe on 3 kind of criterias that we look at, and maybe even 3 ROI checkpoints that we look at. So in terms of when somebody comes with an AI idea, the 3 checkpoints are: is there strategic alignment? So, does the idea directly support a business objective? So that's sort of number one. Number two, the regulatory and compliance feasibility of the idea. Because again, highly regulated industry, we got to make sure that the AI solution can be implemented within the legal and regulatory frameworks that we have to operate within. And then there's the technical feasibility. So can this be built, and this technology built into the existing systems that we have internally, because everything is kind of gardened off, right? There's a walled garden, everything has to be on-prem. So can it do that? So those are sort of three criteria checkpoints. There has to be, a strong business case that aligns to the business strategy as a whole. And then the business case also has to take into consideration those unique industry concerns like compliance and data privacy.
And is this a document or a deck? I'm just getting tactical here, but I think the tactics, the audience is interested. Like, is this sort of a monthly meeting and people are presenting these different ideas, or this is sort of someone submits it and you take a look at it? Like, how you manage it?
Yeah. So I'll address. There's like two questions in there, I think, that I'll address. So the first one actually talks about one of those elements that I brought in over the last year, and I did this with the support of a large team within the company, and that was a data and AI use case intake process. So working with legal, compliance, IT, myself with from the AI side, we developed a process where these ideas can be put in. And then there are a group of what we call collaborators, right? Myself being one, and decide whether they should actually be approved. Now, at that point, we are assuming that a business case has already been developed and approved, and there's money and investment to be made into that project. So what we're doing is making sure that it satisfies that legal regulatory framework, any IT requirements that need to be right. So that was before there was like multiple processes to do this. Nobody had an inventory, really one single centralized inventory of what all the AI projects were. There was silos of AI projects going on everywhere. And so that was the purpose of that. And so the other element that I brought in, which gets to the question of the tactics that you asked about, which is I introduced this notion, which seems very simple, but it's a one-page template that anytime we have a project or a product that we're trying to develop, it's a one-pager. You've got various pieces of information on there. It is who's the program sponsor? What is the problem statement? What is the business objective that we're trying to achieve? What is in scope? What is out of scope for the project? Who are the leads? What is the investment? What is the ROI? And it all fits on one page. That page is socialized with all of our stakeholders, as well as our functional team members, everybody who's building this. And that sounds simple, but that didn't exist before. But that program and project charter becomes the North Star. So that is what we all get aligned to.
Yeah, and let's talk about the ROI that's in that, the expected ROI that's in that document. How specific is it? Is it vague and high level, or are you really asking people to forecast, productivity savings or headcount savings, or whatever it is? Talk about the ROI, the expected ROI in these projects.
Yeah. So we're not expecting them to go too deep on the details of the ROI. They're still kind of high level at the cost savings in terms of time savings, or maybe acceleration in terms of time to market. But I would say that muscle is still being developed for folks in terms of how best to do it. I was on the call earlier when you would put the poll up about where we were, and I exactly would have picked B, which was the one about we're kind of there, but we don't know really how to calculate it exactly. So I think that's where we are too. And so we're doing our best effort, right, in terms of what the ROI should look like.
And who goes back and checks on that ROI? Like, you know, when you think about one of these projects and you push it into pilot and then maybe from pilot to production, like, is anybody going back in 6 or 9 or 12 months and saying, you know, did this actually achieve what it was supposed to achieve? And
so that is my expectation. And the reason why I'm saying that's my expectation is because we haven't actually done it yet, right? This is a brand new, right? It's a brand new process, brand new thing that I've been introducing, right? Is this discipline around doing this, right? So, so with that being said, what I want to implement is to have what I would call a pilot ROI, because a lot of what we're doing right now in the projects I'm involved in are still in the pilot phase.
Sure.
So I have a pilot ROI. So again, let's just see what is the investment needed for this pilot? What do we think the expected gain is for this pilot? And then if we are successful and we demonstrate that in fact it met the expected gain, then we move on to the next stage, which is sort of the scaled ROI. So now we're at a stage where now we want to scale the pilot. Well, we got to recalculate the ROI, in my opinion, right? Now you have to say, okay, well, how much are we going to invest now? What's the expected gain now that we've scaled? And at that point, the additional thing you have to do is to look at that particular investment against other investments that you're also doing, right? And then, because then you, at some point, you're going to have to prioritize, and some things will get invested in and others won't. And then you will have a third one, to your point, post-implementation return on investment. So you do have to constantly be going back and assessing whether the expected gain is still, you're still getting the return on the investment, right, over time. But we're still early days there.
Yeah, Alicia, let's talk about some of these projects more specifically, because you talked about you greenlit some pilots recently. Just talk about a few of them, and you know, not in the way that's you can't talk about, but you know, sort of, are they sort of about are they making salespeople more efficient or marketers more productive, or just give us an idea of the kinds of things that are meeting your initial screens?
Yeah, happy to. So I would say right now there are 2 flavors or themes with our projects. One is around what I would call your knowledge search use cases. So how do we make our internal teams, and especially say our market researchers, more efficient and more effective? Like many other companies, we are drowning in data, drowning in reports, PowerPoints, Excels, right? And so the market researchers within our organization have a big job in terms of having to sift through so much data in order to be able to answer questions they are getting from the marketing teams, from senior leadership, things that could take days, literally days, to sift through. Now with tools like the AI tools we're developing for them, it can now take minutes. But even more than just finding the needle in the haystack, which we can do now more easily with AI, it's also about being able to surface new insights that they couldn't do before, right? Because they were too busy trying to just find the information. Now we can use AI to actually help them derive new insights, help them augment their capabilities, get rid of the mundane task of finding it, and now actually focus in on the insights piece of it. And so that in itself is a return on investment that, you know, we can quantify in terms of days that we've saved for them. But a less tangible one is one around the fact that now they can start to think about the data differently and probably better, and so do their job and have an impact better. So that's sort of one area, one theme. The second one is for, you know, the marketing organization to help them generate content more quickly that they can put out into the market, and do it in a more personalized way. So again, everything hinges on the data. So if we have data to help us understand what our end consumers are looking for, we can personalize messages, whether that message is for the healthcare providers or the patients directly. We are looking at ways to use generative AI to create that personalized messaging, but also use it to be able to create content that is compliant right from the get-go, so that we can get through the process of, medical, legal, and regulatory review much more quickly, because the AI has already kind of done it in a compliant manner. So we're speeding up also that process at the tail end, which can take a long time, that approval process to put any content into the market.
Yeah.
So those are sort of two themes.
Great. Okay, listen, we need to start to wrap up. Alicia,
Okay.
I'd like you to give some parting advice.
Mm.
Think about it as, just parting advice to anyone who's coming into a situation where there's a lot of AI chaos and a lot of good intentions and lots of activity and maybe inflated expectations as well. But what would be your sort of, one or two parting words for the audience?
Okay. So I'll give you, 2 or 3. So the first thing is to focus on the business problem and not the technology. So instead of asking, where can we use AI? It's about what are our biggest business problems and can AI help us to solve it? That would be one. The second one I would say would be, don't treat AI as an IT project. Right?
Okay.
AI is a strategic business capability, not a technology rollout. So that would be my second one. And the third one is, I think I mentioned it already, but I'll mention it again. Don't underestimate the need for change management.
Yep.
Because you can create the best AI tool and nobody will use it if you don't have a good adoption plan and a change management plan.
All right. One last question.
Mm.
In 3 to 5 years, what's your prediction in terms of how much work has changed based on what you've seen so far in terms of your organization?
3 to 5 years. I would say that definitely, I would hope that within 3 years, I would see every single individual within Novo Nordisk US using AI at least 3 or 4 times a day.
Great. Okay. So that's your change management goal.
That's right.
Love it. All right. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me, Greg.
Yeah. Take it easy.
Bye.
Thanks both, Alicia and Greg. I have to quote someone in the chat who said, I can't believe how much I'm enjoying this. I just canceled 2 back-to-back meetings. I'm not going to call them out by name because who knows what the meetings were. But folks, cancel the next one too. For the next session, I'm going to be joined by 2 people who don't really need much of an intro, but I'll still do it since I know a lot more folks just joined us. The first person on the next panel is Professor Scott Galloway, who brings the big picture, often provocative takes on markets and culture. And joining him is Eric Sheridan. Eric is co-head of TMT research at Goldman Sachs. Eric spends his days thinking about technology, media, and telecom industries, and specifically where real value is and where it isn't. Again, as a reminder, if we haven't met yet, I'm Maxwell, and for the next 50 minutes or so, 45, let's say, my job is going to be simple. I'm going to push both Scott and Eric to get past AI buzzwords. I'm not sure we're going to hear all that many, and into the reality of what's working, what isn't, and what comes next. We'll touch on market realities, wealth and power concentration, business models, enterprise ROI and efficiency, and more. At least that's my plan. Let's see how much structure I can impose on this conversation. Scott and Eric, welcome. I'm only seeing Scott. I wonder if Eric's around. Yes. All right. You're both here. Welcome, folks.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Great to see you both. All right, let's dive right in. I'm going to pitch my first question to our esteemed guest. Eric, last fall, I'm going to quote you, you said that AI was still in build mode and that we hadn't yet seen the unlock moment for either consumers or enterprises. So let's start with this conversation. Is that still the case today, or have we seen a shift in the past year?
I think over the last year, what you've seen is scaled utility building on the consumer side. I would argue that both Google Gemini and OpenAI's ChatGPT have certainly reached sort of an exit velocity of usage and utility on a day-to-day basis that's materially different than it was a year ago. Probably the biggest gap that hasn't closed is on the consumer or revenue generating enterprise side of the equation. I think there's a lot of deployment of AI that has driven some productivity and workflow gains internally in enterprises, but I think the biggest gap that still remains from a year ago is where is the revenue and where is the consumer customer facing dynamic on the enterprise side. That gap still has not closed.
Scott, what's your take on that? I know you talk a lot about hype cycles. Eric's saying we're not quite there yet. What are your thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, I would largely agree with Eric. There's some things about this that have happened just in the last 48 hours that make me feel are eerily reminiscent of the late 90s. And the question isn't whether AI is, I think most people agree that AI is going to have a dramatic impact on the economy and technology. It really is an incredible technology. The question I've been wrestling with is, have they just gotten so far in front of their skis in terms of valuation? And that is when you have OpenAI committing to spend $300 billion on compute over a 5-year period with Oracle, or $60 billion a year, when it's doing $10 billion a year in revenues right now. And then the most recent one that really reminds me of the bad old days. Eric, you look younger than me, but I don't remember if you remember '99. But
oh yes, I'm not much different in age than you are, and we're around in the late '90s. So I can reminisce. We could talk a lot about the late '90s if you'd like today.
But the late stage bubble, or an indication of late stage bubble, feels like this NVIDIA $100 billion investment in OpenAI in exchange for them turning around and buying $100 billion worth of NVIDIA chips. Because effectively what they're doing is they're saying, okay, in exchange for a 2.5% dilution to our market cap, which is what $100 billion represents right now on a $4 trillion market cap NVIDIA, we'll then essentially issue stock, $100 billion, it goes to a quote unquote customer who turns around and juices our top line revenues by $100 billion, which will take the stock up more than 2.5%. That is the definition, I think, of kind of a circular sort of pyramid scheme that we saw in the late 90s, where AOL was buying stakes in e-commerce companies in exchange for them spending that money on AOL. In other words, these companies aren't, I'll give you another example. I started an e-commerce incubator in late '99. And I took some of the capital I raised and I spent it on my consulting firm to help us position companies. And then when the consulting firm got acquired, they reduced it by the amount of the related party transaction, because they said, you're not actually going out there and earning business. So these kind of circular related party transactions, to me, feel very late 1999. Does that mean OpenAI isn't an amazing company? NVIDIA is not an amazing company? No, they're amazing companies. But when you look at the market cap here and the fact that 55% of the market's gains since 2021 have been driven by 10 companies, and the expectations on revenue growth that are built into these valuations, I think you're going to see more and more of these weird, unnatural acts as companies do anything to try and juice their top line to somehow keep pace with the valuation expectations. But I'd be very curious what Eric thinks about that.
Yeah, I'm happy to pick that up. I think there's a couple of dynamics I would point out to maybe build on that. I think I would separate out today versus the future curve. I think today companies are consistently telling us the demand for the services we have today is not being met by the capacity we have today. And that's fueling, let's say, spend of a 3 to 6 month duration that is still trying to close a gap between demand and capacity. But similar to what Scott said, you're increasingly getting transactions that are announced very far out on a forward curve. The deals that have been announced in the last week are aimed at capacity and demand 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. And I think the forecastability of that demand curve, how visible and linear it is, remains open to a very, very large debate. So hearkening back to the late 90s, Scott used the example of AOL and e-commerce companies. I would use an example of Global Crossing, Level 3 Quest. There were a lot of
Juniper,
examples.
all those guys, Exodus.
There were a lot of examples of companies that had no problem with capacity and demand in the second half of 1998. But as more and more deals became about building capacity for demand that would materialize in 2002 to 2007, the gap continued to open up and widen as opposed to actually close. What you hope to do with capacity and demand is reach an efficient horizon where they actually operate fairly close within each other, and there's sort of a 6 to 12 month disconnect, not a multi-year disconnect. So we'll have to be mindful of that. I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as 1999 today, but could it be more 1997, 1998? I think that's in the realm of debate right now. A year ago, when I was asked this question, I said a year ago reminded me of 94, 95, where people didn't know what the Netscape browser was really going to do or what it was going to be used for. But we might be acting on a sort of half-life mechanism from what happened in the late 90s. So mindful of it, but I would separate out the next 6 months versus what are we investing in on a 5-year forward curve. That's where some of these gaps could really open up.
Yeah, and just to that point, The Economist perfectly called the dot-com implosion. They said how it would unwind. They called it perfectly. They called it in 1997, and those stocks went up another 40 or 60%. And if you look at Netscape usage and OpenAI adoption, the curves look remarkably similar. And it looks as if you tried to time it in every, it's hard. It looks like 1990s. It looks more like 97 than 99, meaning there's probably more juice from this bubble. And also from 99 to 2001, Cisco and Amazon lost 90% of their value. That's not to say they're not great companies. Cisco never recovered never got back to those levels, or it took them a long time. And obviously Amazon's probably 100 or 200x. So the question is, I don't think the question is whether this is ultimately going to pay off, but when you have that MIT study saying that 95% of companies surveyed are saying that their deployments so far of AI have not met the ROI expectations. If someone, I'll put forward a thesis and you respond to it, Eric. If someone were to say, Scott, we know the markets are down 40%, but you have to guess why. I think, okay, is it a hot war because of Article 5 with attack drones and Putin coming into Poland or Romania? I don't think so. Is it a war in the Middle East? Is it income inequality so out of control that there's revolution in the, I don't know what it is, but if I had to pick one thing, it's really simple. It's that a series of large enterprise customers come out and say, we are substantially scaling back our AI investments because they're just not showing the ROI we anticipated. And everything begins to unwind because the expectations built into these stock prices are effectively that, I think I read somewhere that in order for them to justify these valuations, you're going to need $1 trillion in incremental revenue gains from their enterprise clients or $1 trillion in efficiencies, which is Latin for fire people. I haven't thus far seen a lot of examples of incremental revenue increases. I don't see L'Oreal coming up with a better sunblock or GM coming up with a much better car because of AI. What I see is companies saying, we've reduced our legal expenses by 30 million. Where our supply chain is getting much more efficient using AI. And if you look at, there's 155 million people that work in the United States. Half of them, let's say half of them, are AI immune. If you're a masseuse or a plumber, you're probably not that threatened by AI. So let's say 75 million jobs are quote unquote vulnerable to AI. One of two things needs to happen in the next 3 to 5 years, as far as I can tell. If the average salary and load is about $100,000 per employee, and we need that $1 trillion, one of two things has to happen. Either these stocks need to get cut in half, or we need to see a job destruction of about 10 million jobs in those vulnerable industries in the next 3 to 5 years. So the prediction I'm comfortable, I think, making, everyone talks about a soft landing. I don't think we're going to have a soft acceleration. I think either side of this equation connotes real chaos, because if you lose 14% of the labor force to quote unquote efficiencies in certain industries, that doesn't sound like a lot. That's chaos. That is literally chaos in that industry. Or we're going to have to figure out a way to make a lot of money with this shit that we haven't figured out yet, or these stocks are going to come way down I'd love to get your reaction to this, Eric.
Well, I think I would agree with a couple of the tenants there. I think there's an incentive right now in the capital markets for the largest technology companies to keep playing offense with this technology. If you start getting companies that say playing offense no longer is either going to deliver a return defined as either free cash flow or more revenue growth, and you start getting a series of companies that blink against that theme, I do think there's an underpinning to the market that would have a negative reaction on that. We're also continuing to watch the consumer in the digital economy because there are mixed signals between the upper third of household incomes and the bottom third of household incomes. So I would maybe add that to your list of things that we're watching for that could trigger a market correction at some point in the next 6 months. I do agree that you would have to generate some level of return profile. One report we took on a couple of months ago was looking at the advertising industry, and we identified that there was about 300 billion of profit pool in the advertising industry that could be democratized, for lack of a better word, by AI systems, things like Advantage Plus at Meta or Google Performance Max. That would be something we've identified that could provide an ROI profile. We haven't yet had a series of reports that would add up to $1 trillion or $3 trillion or $5 trillion. So I think that gap of credibility still remains, and I think that's why this question is going to likely get continue to be debated.
Folks, I'm gonna deviate a little bit from our conversation path here. I'm glad that we talked about the alarm bells that we're seeing. Can I challenge you both to share a bit more about what are the potential positive indicators that the gap between AI capacity, demand and capacity is actually closing? Is it better sunblock, Scott? Is it a better car? Can we zoom out and talk about that? Maybe Eric, you can start.
Yeah, I could start. I mean, I use an interesting example when I talk to investors, and let's stick with the advertising team to start with. I primarily live in Manhattan on the Upper West Side. I should never see an ad for a Ford F-150 pickup truck. I'm not aligned with the brand. I wouldn't even know where to park it if I bought one. Advertising, and I know this will probably speak to Scott because he's a longtime, industry leader on advertising. Advertising arguably isn't the finished product until I've no longer seen a Ford F-150 pickup ad. I would argue that's the end state of advertising. Advertise technology trends to me, my beloved New York Knicks, all the sorts of things I align with from a brand and a purchasing standpoint. So I think advertising would be an example where you are seeing brand advertising dollars become more direct response advertising dollars. And AI systems can be applied to the creation of ads, the placement of ads, and the measurement and attribution ads, and then systems can get smarter. Now, there can be messy outcomes in there, hallucinations, work product that isn't of the highest quality. But I think that would be an example where, in terms of the business landscape, where there could be a pool of activity today that in an end state is improved and optimized versus what it is today, that gives me some optimism. The other theme I would highlight, which is that OpenAI's ChatGPT has reached an exit velocity of growth and utility that is very unmatched, other than one or two examples in the history of computing. If more and more utility can be layered into those products over time, almost the merger between what Google Gemini is today and a collection of 5 to 11 Google apps on your phone do today into a more utility-driven experience, there's a lot of either commerce, advertising, or subscription revenue that it can inure to the benefit of the company that marries that time and utility with monetization. So those are some of the things where we can be more optimistic. I will tell you, we are still struggling on the enterprise side of the equation. I think Goldman Sachs can make me more efficient and more productive, but I don't know, well, let's hope they don't eliminate me immediately, and that I have some duration to what I'm trying to do. But I think on the revenue generating side, that would be an example where we continue to struggle. So that would be the mixture of the optimism with some proof points that still need a lot of work to be done over the years ahead. I don't know how Scott would respond to that.
Well, so optimism. I'm not optimistic. I do think that, like any technology that is this exciting and has created this much shareholder value, there's a certain momentum trade, and at some point there is a correction. And that's not to say that Amazon wasn't an amazing company in 99 and a good buy. You just had to hold it for a few years or longer. The thing I'm most optimistic about, and I call myself an AI optimist, the catastrophizing around no one's going to have work for purpose. Every technology in history has followed the same mark. Oh, if you put weavers out, the Queen wanted to do away with weaving machine because seamstresses was the biggest employer of women in Britain. So she said, let's not have weaving machines. I mean, automation was supposedly going to clear out the factory floor in the auto industry, but we didn't anticipate heated seats or car stereos, and now there's more people working in the global automotive industry. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't happen in AI. The issue is what will likely happen, though, is the V will be more vicious, and we are not very good at looking after people on the wrong side of these technological disruptions in the short or medium run. We just don't. We're very much the Hunger Games. In Denmark, they spend 2% of GDP on retraining and apprenticeship. We spend like 0.1 or 0.2%. The thing I'm most optimistic about is not through the lens of a shareholder lens, and that is, I think there is a non-zero probability, maybe 10 to 40%, that if we automatically assume that any technical breakthrough, whether it's e-commerce or social media or search, that a small number of companies, unfortunately too few, are able to sequester that value through intellectual property, capital moats, distribution relationships, brand, and create trillions of dollars in shareholder value. I don't think that assumption is 100% accurate throughout history. So if you think about breakthrough technologies, I would argue the biggest innovation over the last 50 years is vaccines. There's just very few technologies that have saved hundreds of millions of lives, like right away. Like, we have this thing, it saves millions, tens of millions of lives every year. No one company has been able to create trillions of dollars in value. Moderna stock is off 90%. It is very difficult to capture IP through distribution culture modes in vaccines. I'm about to get on a plane and travel at 7/10 the speed of sound across the surface of the atmosphere to get to Colorado in 3 hours and 5 minutes. That is an unbelievable unlock that has unlocked global alliances, trade, psychological well-being, your willingness to take risks, move to other regions where your human capital has a great ROI. If you added up all the commercial jet manufacturers and all the airlines, it has yet to just break even. They were never able to sequester that value. This is gonna be the weakest flex in the world, Eric. I was on the board of Gateway Computer. PCs. What has been a bigger technical breakthrough? We were able to put a $50 million supercomputer on the desktop of every consumer for $2,000, then $1,800, then $1,200, then $300. What company? We were producing 3 times as many PCs as Apple, and we sold for $600 million. We were selling the second most PCs in the world, which is what any of these one companies loses or makes in about 2 or 3 minutes in any trading day, because we were not able to capture distribution or IP or culture with in the PC market. I wonder if the biggest winners in AI are going to be all of us. Meaning that if you look at any sort of technical specifications or evaluation of the different LLMs, there were huge delta in the technical quality of these LLMs, and this is what's happening. They're all getting to parity. AI is reverse engineering any technical lead in other AI, and they're all getting towards parity. So that's why you see these extraordinary distribution deals, investments in energy, because they've all come to the conclusion product differentiation is going to be near impossible to maintain. So my optimism is that OpenAI is Pan Am, and that is, I don't want anyone to go broke. I don't think disruption of the marketplace is a good thing, but I'm optimistic, or I think there's a non-zero probability that similar to jet transportation, vaccines, and PCs, that the real winners are the public and us as stakeholders, that we're able to garner the majority of the value while no one company is able to sequester irrational margins and build $1 trillion in shareholder value. Effectively, in the United States, we've decided that what's good for a small number of companies is the public good. well, what if this is just a technology that disseminates and is so low margin because it's very hard to build any sort of sustainable advantage that we all have access to AI that's fluid, liquid, competitive, and really, really cheap. So that's my optimism about AI.
About a year, they don't have one.
Well, there's a lot in there. I don't want to. I want to keep us on track if there's more topics we want to talk about. One of the things I would generally agree with, with Scott, I think I would separate out AI in three dynamics. There's a infrastructure layer. There's platform layer. It's going to be an application layer. Typically, the outsized ROI has never been made on the infrastructure layer. It's almost always made on the application layer. I don't think we know yet what the application layer entirely looks like for AI. So I'll give you an example with mobile computing. There was a return profile to acquiring spectrum, building towers, and even putting smartphones in people's hands. The outsized ROI was being the application store and or building Uber or Airbnb or Match.com, or things that like scaled on the application side of the equation where there was outsized margin and outside gains. I just don't know yet if we know. I think right now, because of what we know, like in 2008, nobody said, oh, Uber's going to be this or Airbnb's going to be that, but a lot of people were building the spectrum. The unique dynamic this time is the largest companies that started more as software companies and application companies, by necessity of their cash flow generation, are building the infrastructure layer, and they didn't build the infrastructure layer the first two go around. So I think there are some differences I would highlight that we don't necessarily know all the pieces of the puzzle just yet, and that the application layer piece would be the piece I would very much anchor around.
Scott, I saw you raised your eyebrow at that. I'm assuming that indicated agreement or at least an interest.
Or willingness to debate.
No, the Botox is wearing off. I pretty much figured everything. So
let's move on next one before it fully wears off.
I'm probably
all right,
going to smoke.
We talked a bit about legacy firms and how they might be struggling with their AI pilots. So let's move into the discussion around startups versus legacy firms. Does this mean the fact that the big ones are struggling, that startups have the playing field right now, or at least the opportunity to capture it? Let me actually, I want to pitch this first to Eric, if you don't mind. I know you have a take. We discussed it on our prep call, so why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I think every computing cycle I've ever been through, startups are more nimble. They typically don't have legacy infrastructures and legacy employee bases and legacy products that are already generating return and ROI. The one I hone the most in on is Alphabet. So ChatGPT appeared in November of 22 in the minds of most consumers. My wife had never heard of AI or thought about AI before November of 22. In February, 4 months later, Alphabet had an event to unveil their AI. At the time, it was called Bard. It wasn't called Gemini yet. And the demo did not go well in Paris. Like, it was laudably banned all over, ripped apart across all the internet, and it did not go well. Here we are 2.5 years later, and Gemini is displaying Nano Banana imaging model and VO3, and Gemini's #1 in the Apple App Store table. And it took a while for the incumbent to sort of work out their incumbent status and try to challenge and disintermediate themselves a little bit. And similar to the desktop to mobile computing phase, there was a point in time in the market in 2007 to 2010 where people thought Facebook and Google, not Meta and Alphabet at the time, weren't going to make it. They were desktop first companies. They were never going to be mobile first companies. And there were companies that were desktop first, and never made it to being mobile first companies. So I think what you typically see is startups don't have any of the legacy incumbent systems. They could be more nimble, but they don't have the scale of resources that the largest companies do. But the largest companies that don't make these transitions well typically are ones that are unwilling to challenge themselves and push themselves out of their comfort zone. For example, with Alphabet, they were willing to bring in DeepMind and give Demis Hassabis a lot of room to operate inside broader Alphabet. And I think he's driving a lot of innovation and force of change inside that company.
Scott, I wonder if you have a hot take on the debate here.
With respect to small businesses?
Small businesses versus incumbents. Who's going to win this
Sure.
AI game?
Well, it's a double-edged sword. There's never been a better time to be technically literate with access to a little bit of capital and understand AI. You're going to have a series of small companies that are going to be able to get to letter F and G on the capital it used to take to get to letter B. I mean, it is an intoxicating period. The majority of our children, though, are not interested in being prompt engineers and wanting to start AI companies. At the same time, so there's the natural technical structural shifts based on the technology. What I think we miss, though, is that the current economic policy of this administration is transferring wealth from 490 of the S&P companies to the 10. And that is, it's basically saying, all right, I'm going to pass AI regulation that lets you molest, crawl, steal the IP of any media company, right? Because I want to let my thoroughbreds run, and I want to have all these trillionaires around the table giving me a rub and tug, right? And tariffs don't impact Alphabet. The current tariff policy, economic policy, this batshit crazy notion that we're going to stick up the middle finger to all of our allies and have reciprocal tariffs does not hurt the Magnificent 10. The tariffs don't affect Meta. They affect Caterpillar. They affect Ford. If you're a small business trying to import marble in from Brazil, you all of a sudden wake up and have a 50% tariff. So if you're outside of the AI community and you're in the Main Street economy, or you're not in the Magnificent 10, our current economic policies, whether it's tariff or an AI policy that lets you crawl, you can go say, in the voice of Scott Galloway, write a chapter on this, because they're crawling Penguin Portfolio Random House's authors. I haven't seen a check yet. That is nothing but a transfer of wealth from smaller media companies that don't sit around and have dinner with the president to the bigger AI companies. In addition, the tariff policy, in addition to reducing economic growth and increasing prices, is really a transfer of wealth from non-digital firms that have to import hard goods to digital firms that aren't impacted by these sclerotic, nonsensical, irrational tariff policies. So our current economic policy is the following. It's very American in some ways. Let's take our winners that get the gold medal and let's give them the bronze and the silver. It's no longer the S&P 500, it's the S&P 10. And one of the worst metrics in history are the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the NASDAQ, because they give this illusion that the economy is doing well. No, the top 10% is doing really well, as evidenced by the fact they're now responsible for half of all consumer spending. The majority of the earnings growth has been from 10 companies. And these are concerted decisions. It's not just naturally happening because these companies are so amazing. It's that we now have an administration that believes in winners and losers, and the winners are big, big, super valuable companies. So is it a great time to be technically literate, doing a startup? Yeah. Is it a good time to be a smaller company? Have you noticed that Trump is not interested in having dinner with the head of the Small Business Administration? 2/3 of jobs have come from small and medium-sized businesses. They are the engine of our economy. But there is a wild bias towards the most valuable firms in the world. And what I would put forward, and this I'm getting into economic policy, who needs a greater lift up from economic policy right now? The 490 companies that aren't in AI, who tend to be bigger employers, right? Or the 10 companies that are worth over $1 trillion. Like, how are we going to have a more robust economy? So I apologize for getting political here, but in summary, it's great to be coming out of MIT or have those skills. You're gonna be able to create what took me $30 million just 3 years ago. You're going to be able to do it for $3 million. But if you're one of the 490 that is unfortunate enough to be in the favored, the fair-haired, blonde, blue-eyed kid that is daddy's favorite, we see nothing but a purposeful transfer of shareholder value from the S&P 490 to the S&P Magnificent 10.
I did have a follow-up question around NVIDIA and the internal survey that the results of which implied that more than half of the employees there are worth more than $25 million. So this takes me into the next, maybe a redefining of what ROI means. For the next 5 minutes, let's think about ROI as return on our investment as participants in the workforce on our time. Where should folks go with the workforce? Where should we work? Should we work at entrenched giants, nimble startups? What is the implications for the market, Eric? Maybe Scott, I know you have a take there. Maybe I'll ask you to go first, and Eric, I'd love for you to fill in the gaps.
Well, look, it's situational. If you're blessed with the mature prefrontal cortex to do really well up until the age of 18 and can get a scholarship and go to an elite university, what I would argue is that you should join the greatest wealth creating mechanism in history, and that's U.S. corporation. Kids come to my office hours. They never want to talk about strategy. They want to say, okay, I've got an offer from B of A, JP Morgan, Google, but I'd really like to start a company. You're an entrepreneur. What do you think I should do? And I'm like, don't be a fucking idiot. Go to work for Google. Because there's nothing like happiness on a risk-adjusted basis to get rich slowly. And 98% of the world doesn't have access to these platforms. They don't have the credentials. They don't have the citizenship. They don't have the visa. So if you have an offer from Goldman Sachs to come to work with Eric, I don't care how smart you think you are about starting a company, take the job with Eric and you'll get rich slowly and you'll have that mole removed and they'll pay for it. And they're nice people and they're smart. And if you have to start a company, you'll meet really smart co-founders. If you don't have access to that ecosystem, the majority of entrepreneurs are there out of desperation. Dry cleaners are run by Koreans who don't have access to the US corporate workforce. So entrepreneurship is, if you can find good co-founders, you have an ability to raise money, and quite frankly, you understand AI. 70% of venture capital is going into AI right now. So unless you have AI all over your business plan, it's just incredibly hard to get funding right now. If you are going into technology and you're just an economic animal as I was, I think the biggest sweet spot, the biggest opportunity right now is the intersection between AI and healthcare. Healthcare is the most disruptable business in history. It's $4 trillion, 17% of GDP, 4 out of 5 people are dissatisfied with their healthcare. We spend $13,000 per capita. The other 6 members of the G7 spend $6,500, and we have lower life expectancy, more infant mortality. If you have a mom who has a kid with diabetes, and let's be honest, it's always the mom, she spends 5 months of her year managing that child's diabetes. There is going to be a startup that creates a thick layer of innovation that says, okay, we figured out a way to talk to the specialist, to talk to the pharmacy, to talk to the referrals, to automatically argue with your insurance company around reimbursement. And we're going to give you 1, 2, 3 months of your life back for self-care, family time, to make more money. If I were just an economic animal and I had the skills and the credentials to start and raise money in a company, I would go into the intersection between AI and healthcare. Not everyone does. I think there's a lot of opportunity. I'm droning on here. There's a lot of opportunity in vocation. All of these data centers are going to need people putting up dry gypsum wall and plumbers. It's a great time to have vocational skills, right? They're going to create a lot of vocational jobs that, quite frankly, would be immune from AI. But more generally, the advice I would give to anyone is, I can't tell you what to do because I don't know your skills or your situation, or if you have rich parents or where you live. All of these things determine what you should do or not do. What you need to do is find a group of smart people who who will give you hard, honest advice. And you can call them and say, I'm thinking about starting an AI company. And they can say, you don't know a fucking thing about AI. What do you mean? It might sound cool, but you have no credentials here. Or I'm going to go to work, start my own company, like the advice I give. No, go to work for Google. Don't be stupid. You need a kitchen cabinet. And don't listen to anyone like me because they don't understand your situation. And people in my seat often have at times an inclination to be very generous with your money and your time. Oh, go for it. Follow your passion. Start a business. But I'm not going to pay your rent. So you need a group of people. You need a kitchen cabinet that can assess your situation and say, yeah, your parents are rich. Go start a business. You don't need to worry about it. Yeah, you have the credentials to do this. Don't be an idiot. You got an offer from Goldman Sachs, take it. You need someone who will give you no mercy, no malice advice, because young people are stupid and you need smarter people than you and multiple voices to help you sort through all of this confusion. It is very hard to read the label from inside of the bottle.
Eric, we have to know your thoughts. I know you also have a take here.
Well,
What's
I
your-
mean, I can't disagree with Scott. I mean, I mentor a lot
It's
of
hard.
people. I mentor a lot of people. I mean, I think at the end of the day, like being very focused on where your skill sets are and what you can do well and what interests you. If you can find something that is the intersection of all those things, that's pretty critical in the grand scheme of things. You know, I don't know that I have much more to add than that. I mean, I think the idea of a kitchen cabinet, I might steal that from Scott because I do mentor a lot of people, and I think surrounding yourself with people that give you good advice and don't forward write your own contract with their thoughts and not to your circumstances is an interesting framework. I like that.
Agreed. I'm glad we took this detour here. I feel like it was really beneficial for the chat. Folks are loving the conversation. I do have to bring us back to the topic at hand. Eric, we're going to talk about the adoption to utility bridge, the concept that you've mentioned in the past, as specifically as it relates to AI. We've seen this adoption to utility bridge work out well with desktop and mobile. It changed everything. So Eric, what does this bridge look like in the AI world? What are the signs that we're making it across that bridge? What would be the red flags that we're not? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I would share two sets of thoughts: there's consumer computing and enterprise computing. On the consumer computing side, you know, there is a 98% of people probably listening to this have similar computing habits to what they had 2 or 3 years ago. There hasn't been a writ large change yet. You've queried computers more than you ever have before. That's likely going to keep accelerating. How there are experiences that overlay on top of that. You know, we look a lot at the commerce funnel or the travel funnel or the way in which people elicit information. I think all of those are dynamics that I would generally see where there could be disruption going forward. There could be efficiencies gained. There can be utility that raises. There will be business outcomes from that could potentially disrupt industries, produce ROI that looks very different for industry structures today, and possibly create new startups that capitalize on it. The example I always give investors living in New York City, it was perfectly acceptable 15 years ago to stand on a street corner and raise your hand and a taxi would pull up. And here we are 15 years later, and a lot of people the natural default is to open up Uber on your phone. And that's because the mobile phone enabled that in a lot of ways. So I think some of it would be, let's see how this utility rises and how it changes behavior. Enterprise is where I still struggle. I think there are examples around coding and agentic behavior and enterprises either communicating with you or doing things on your behalf that can reduce friction and improve productivity. But that's where I yet have seen as many as examples as I think you could take an AI utility and overlay it on consumer computing habits today and see more rate of change potential over the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, we're back to the idea that consumer is definitely outperforming enterprise in this world. Scott, I wonder if you if you have any takes on this bridge from adoption to utility to ROI. Basically, do you think we'll cross this faster than in past tech cycles? Will we cross it at all with AI? I would love to hear kind of like a summary take if you have one.
Well, so my only insight into this is the CEO of Section, Greg, was saying that the general cycle he sees is that people, big organizations, enterprises sign up for these site licenses and they wake up 6 months later and there's not nearly the uptake or the adoption that they had anticipated. That's not to say it won't happen. So I don't, right now it seems like we're in the dip. And does that mean, okay, corporations are going to get serious about upskilling and adopting and people are getting more comfortable and it's just a little bit more of a learning curve, or that this is just not nearly as impactful as we thought? I was thinking about, I have to endure superhero movies because I have a 15-year-old, and then he makes me stay to the very end because those horrible people always have an Easter egg at the end, and he makes me stay and watch the credits. And I was blown away by the 5 minutes of names for the Fantastic Four. And I did some research. 3,400 people worked on that film. That's fewer people. That's more people than work at Reddit or Palantir. And when I see Ellison potentially is going to buy up the majority of studios and TV stations, and he has real insight and compute, and at some point he's going to say to his son, all right, playtime's over. You got to get serious and start showing some ROI here. All I saw was like that kid in The Sixth Sense. It's like, I see dead people. Costume design, Sweden, 38 people. They're going to figure out an agentic layer with 3 AI-enabled costume designers that speak to an AI-enabled fabricator in China, and they're going to need 3 costume designers in Sweden, not 38. And what you have now in Hollywood is guys like Bob Iger that know these people and like them and don't understand technology and want to be loved at the Academy Awards. These people grew up in this ecosystem and they want to challenge it. Ellison is, Honey Badger don't give a shit. They're going to look at that Fantastic Four film and go, here's an idea. Use Oracle, use OpenAI. We are really good at this. And for $200 million, we're going to create 10 superhero films. And we can produce this with 300 people, not 3,000. I think you're about to see, I don't want to call it a bridge. It's going to be, it feels like it's going to be a mortar round. I mean, I think there are certain, and I think it's going to be in media first. Effectively, what's going to happen in media is what is happening in late night television. And that is, Colbert is brilliant, but Kimmel's brilliant. The Kimmel show's over. It's over. Individual performance doesn't trump market dynamics. And the market dynamics are the following. Between unions, a theater, 5 people working in casting who are a union, a band, the means of production. Colbert makes 60 million. It costs 100 million. They lose 40 million. There are 160 people that work on Kimmel. They're all going to go to podcasts, and they're going to have $20 million businesses that cost 10 million. The means of production is being arbed down to different mediums in late night TV. They're talented people. They're great shows. They just cost too much. AI is going to dramatically arbitrage the means of production. And that is, you are going to start to see content that is 80%, 90% is good for 10 to 30% of the price. So I don't know if you call it a bridge, but I'm just sort of blown away thinking about, I go to some mediocre film that is a huge risk for them. There's very few businesses you spend 200 million bucks on and you might get 8 million back. Beetlejuice makes $1 billion. And then Joaquin Phoenix talks a bunch of people into a musical version of the Joker and they lose it all. They're going to be able to create more risk, more diversify their risk, and substantially arb down the means of production using AI. I didn't answer your question. I answered the question I wanted to answer. So yeah, what's going to happen to Hollywood at the hands of AI?
Scott, that is okay. I do have one final question for both of you, but I know you have to run. So I'm going to pitch it to first, Scott, because of the constraint, too, because Eric gets to think a little longer. That's the advantage of being a guest. So the question is, if you had to give the CEOs and leaders on the call today a 1-sentence piece of advice on how to think about AI ROI in this year and going to the next one, what would that be? This is not a call for a prediction, Scott. Just one sentence.
AI is not going to take your job. Someone who understands AI is going to take your job. Upskill your employee base.
You heard it here first, folks. Upskilling, super important. Thank you, Scott. If you need to drop, we understand. Eric, we'd love to hear your thoughts.
I'll come back to what I said about advertising before, but broaden it out a little bit. If you are a leader of a business today, technology has almost always been an enabler to reducing friction and improving conversion in whatever form it takes, right? Scott talked about drug discovery before, drug design, drug discovery, the way in which products are sold, the way in which you are marketed to as a consumer. If I was a CEO of a company and I get asked by CEOs and CFOs for advice on how would you think about this, I would say, look at it first and foremost as an enablement technology. Think about where there is friction in the way you position your brand and your company and the way in which your consumer, however you define it, your customer, your consumer, interacts with your product, and how can that all be made better? Every survey of every business I've ever looked at over 20 plus years is always contains make it easier for me as a client or a customer. Look at this technology as an enablement and try to think about ways in which you can speed up all aspects of your business in the next 3 to 5 years.
I think that's brilliant. I think the chat is agreeing with me. And since I actually do have the advantage of having you on the call for 5 more minutes, if you allow me, I reminded myself predictions are a thing, and Scott's not here, so he can't sue us for copyright infringement. So if you had to make a prediction, and I understand this cannot be construed as investment advice, you're nodding along. What would you say about the markets in the next 6 to 12 months? What's going to happen? What do you imagine happening?
Look, I think most technology cycles follow a very similar path. There's always an infrastructure layer, there's always an application layer, there's always an excitement that runs ahead of what the reality is. There has never been a single computing cycle that I've lived through, some of which have come all the way to fruition, desktop and mobile, some of which have not. The metaverse and blockchain come to mind, where there's almost always a trough of disillusionment, where the spend gets ahead of the cycle, or the idea of what the technology will do will get ahead of the cycle. I will be shocked if there is not a trough of disillusionment at some point in this cycle. And ROI is almost always measured from the lows to the highs and the highs to the lows. Scott said it earlier, and he said it brilliantly. If you bought Amazon in 1999, you are well in the green today in 2025. You did not feel good about that investment in 2001. So ROI is almost always an entry and exit point dynamic. But I would be surprised if there isn't a trough of disillusionment. But I also think AI will be a transformative technology. It just, the form and function of it, I still think hasn't fully revealed itself yet.
Absolutely. Thank you for that take. Yes, folks, if you bought Amazon in the 90s, you can go try starting an AI startup and see what happens. You can you can gamble it all right. Well, Eric, we had such a fun time having you here with us. Such a pleasure. You can also drop now. I will continue on with the next one. All right, folks, we made you a promise earlier, and we intended to deliver. We said we'd tackle the biggest barriers to AI adoption throughout the day, the real roadblocks we've uncovered through hundreds of conversations with leaders driving AI impact. So today we're going to be diving into 4 of the critical barriers that can stop that AI transformation in its tracks. And more importantly, we're going to give you proven strategies to smash right through them. So let's kick things off strong here. Please join me in welcoming Section's COO, Taylor Marmsheimer, to the stage to reveal barrier number 1. Taylor, you're up.
Thanks, Maxwell. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna go fast because I've got 13 minutes, I guess. Hi, everyone. I lead product and advisory at Section. We're gonna zoom way in these 10-minute sessions and really focus on what we have seen as we've been spending the last 18 to 24 months with companies and really with AI executives to help them figure out how to overcome the barriers that they see to getting value from AI. So we work with tons of companies that have found significant ROI. We are talking to and working with many who haven't yet. And so across these hundreds of organizations, we really see about 10 to 15 distinct barriers that limit a company from getting ROI from AI. I've chosen today to focus on 4, and these 4 are the earliest, I would say, and the most common that we see. Think about them as when they exist, they stall AI ROI out right away. And if you don't solve for these, you've got many more hurdles ahead. You've got to at least solve for these first. So let's dig in. The first barrier we're going to talk about today is your company or organization lacks a why of AI. This is a pretty typical company we work with, I would say, especially when we get in and start working with these organizations. So more than 75% of employees in this specific company say there isn't a formal AI strategy yet. And this data is from a company that's a little bit further on the kind of adoption, or I should say deployment curve than you might think, right? They've already rolled out actually 2 or 3 different LLMs to their workforce. Their workforce is relatively technologically savvy. They're a pretty they're in financial services, so they're a pretty knowledge worker forward workforce. And even in this company, only 23% of the employees say that the company has a formal AI strategy. This is really, really, really common. Often when we come into an organization, business leaders feel like, of course, there's a strategy driving workforce AI use, right? But the employees say they have no idea. And when you dig deeper, strategy can mean many different things. So we're going to talk about one in particular today, which is we start to hear comments like this. And I've heard comments like this. I'm sure others of you have heard comments like this, right? We shouldn't be using AI just for the sake of using it. And of course we shouldn't, right? As a leader, it can be, frankly, I think frustrating to hear this, especially when you're moving really fast and you're like, yes, like we're kind of past this point though, right? Like we believe winning companies will leverage AI. We know we have to maintain a competitive edge. Sometimes our board, our investors, our CEO is asking us why we aren't AI powered yesterday. So spending time articulating this can, feel like a distraction. But it's not. I think like what we see in the companies that have been most successful is that they have been able to articulate very clearly and consistently a why of AI. They have helped employees understand first and then feel very bought into why you're expecting them to use AI. It's one of the most consistent things we see. It's not, incredibly sexy, but it's what's actually, the baseline, the foundation for organizations where they're actually reporting significant ROI gains. That's because it's really hard. We've been talking about this already today, right? It's really hard to get employees to actually use AI. Yes, you're going to have 10, maybe if you're lucky, 15% of your workforce is those early adopters that are going to figure it out themselves. But the rest hate change. And AI is a really, really big change. The other thing that we see is AI's emotional, right? I was just talking about this with the head of AI yesterday. It's not like rolling out some, new software that you've rolled out in the past, right? People are emotional when they talk about AI. We see it in the chat today, right? People are thinking about how does it impact their creativity? How does it impact their job security? What does it mean if AI is great at something you've thought your whole life you were great at? And that is literally what's happening, right? And so when that's happening, employees need to not just, again, understand why that change is coming and why it's being expected of them, but feel bought into that. Like, why is it good for the organization? If they don't, they will fill in their own blanks. And that's where you get those types of comments that we saw in those previous slides, which are real interview comments and real survey responses that we see over and over again inside of these organizations. So you have to reframe AI as the means, not the ends. Your why of AI has to ground employees in the idea that AI is imperative to the business. So this can mean AI is imperative to survival of the business. If you're in an industry that's been turned upside down by AI, it can mean it's imperative to beating your competitors. It can mean AI is imperative to delivering on the promises you've made to customers. For many organizations, it's probably all of the above, right? But companies that have, again, driven significant adoption and are reporting significant real use cases that they feel like are generating measurable ROI, they have done this. They have convinced employees kind of at scale that AI is imperative to the core mission of their business, which is frankly the reason many of your employees, right, are there, either because they value the mission or because they think the business is going to generate money for them because it delivers on something for their customers. So you have to tie AI to that rather than make it this thing that you're asking everyone to do just because you believe that we should now be using AI. At Section, we call this an AI manifesto. It's a living, breathing document, constantly updated, right? It can't be out of date, when a new employee joins, when someone goes back and refers to it. And it has to convey, again, that why of AI, the imperative or the mission critical reason you need to integrate AI into every part of your business. And the best companies that I see, they reference this over and over again. When we talk to their employees, 9 out of 10 employees are referencing that same why, right? There's not this kind of sense of if you talk to 10 different people, you get 10 different answers. That's really the foundational base layer that we see. And in organizations where we've seen adoption stall out, this is often the challenge, is that AI has been positioned as the ends rather than the means to the ends. The last thing I want to say around this is your why of AI can't be, we want to be more efficient. It might be the CFO's real why, right? It might even be one of the company's real whys. It honestly is, right, for many of our organizations, but it can't be the central one because you can't rally your employees around this to really drive the usage and the experimentation you need. It introduces too many questions, right, around job security and who benefits from that efficiency. So that doesn't mean you don't talk about this. Like, we're not saying, don't talk about the fact that part of the, reality here is you are usually looking for efficiency, as Greg talked about, right? We usually start with cut and then we move to create. But when you think about this manifesto, this kind of central why of AI that you are rallying the organization around, and frankly, mandating the organization around, it has to be tied more to, again, what the organization is designed to do in the first place. And most organizations weren't built to create efficiencies. So I'm going to wrap here with just a couple of examples. Duolingo is one of my favorites. Duolingo got a lot of pushback for publishing this memo, as frankly, many organizations have who have gone out and published memos, and we can talk about that at a different point. But when I look at this, to be honest, I see a very strong, explicit why of AI, right? Their mission is to teach customers new languages. And to do that, they need massive amounts of content. And that's been really hard in their business, you can assume from this. I would agree. We're in a section that produces a lot of content as well. And therefore, to fulfill on that imperative, which is to create content that teaches millions and millions of customers, that's their why of AI. Making that process better for their customers, making that process, better for their employees so that they can do things that they've never been able to do, which they reference here. It's easy to point to tech companies, right? And obviously there are fewer organizations that have published these kind of manifestos publicly, but we talk to many organizations. These are others that I have seen. They all, again, tie back to the reason that the company exists and how they will better deliver the thing that they're trying to deliver on, how they will better serve their customers across healthcare, across client services, across retail, across consumer goods. There's examples in every single industry that we work with. The last thing I'd say is this isn't it. I don't want to imply this is, easy. This can be something that can take time, right? Especially in large organizations. It can take a month or two to get everyone aligned. You have to get all your executives aligned to one clear, simple message. Sometimes that's not always the fastest thing. It also requires equipping all of your frontline managers to be hammering home that same message, right? It can't be just the CEO off over here. That definitely does not work when we're inside of these organizations, right? It has to be coming from everyone. But in the companies we've seen that are, telling us about significant ROI they're finding, and some of them are talking today, they've all done this. This is where they've started. So Maxwell, I'll hand it back to you. I'm a little under time, but I think we'll probably be ready to go into our next session. And I'll be back in an hour or so.
In fact, well, first of all, Taylor, I have to tell you, the chat loved what you had to share with them. So we're really looking forward to the other lightning insights you'll be sharing with us later. Folks in the chat, tell us, what is your why of AI? Maybe this is a question you haven't thought about yet. Maybe your company doesn't have one. I saw someone say that our why of AI is just use it. Not good enough, according to us. Also curious to hear what barriers you all envision as barriers to adoption. So let us know in the chat. Like we said, this is a conversation. This is a dialogue. So join the conversation in the chat. Taylor, again, thank you. See you in a bit to hear more on what stands in the way of AI adoption, how to make these challenges a thing of the past. Next up, Emily Fontaine doesn't just talk about AI ROI, she lives it, and she lives it from several angles, one of which is actually leading IBM's venture investments. Now, that's a gig. Emily's seen what works, startups that convert pilots to enterprise contracts, solutions with laser-focused execution, and AI that actually delivers hard numbers, cost savings, revenue growth, et cetera. So IBM is already saving billions in AI productivity gains. And Emily has a pretty good idea of where investors should place their bets. While this session is also not going to be investment advice, folks, please mark my words. It might just be your roadmap to allocating your resources wisely and to achieving sustainable AI returns. Greg is back on the stage with us to lead this conversation. So welcome back, Greg, and welcome, Emily.
And
Maxwell.
Emily, good to see you again.
Greg, great to see you. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. All right, I'm going to get right into it. Actually, no, let me take a step back first. So, as Maxwell said, just for the audience, Emily has been chief of staff to the CEO of IBM. She ran a federal consulting business for IBM, and now she runs IBM's investments. I think it's a $500 million fund or something like that. So Emily's got, I think, for all of us, a great different lens here, or multiple lenses to look at AI through. I actually want to start, Emily, first with what's happening with generative AI, and I do want to highlight, sort of focus to generative AI. I know you guys have been in the AI business a long time at IBM, but let's really talk about AI from the perspective of this current kind of era or version of it, more general purpose AI, as we know it, generative AI. So let's talk about first that as it relates to IBM. What are you seeing inside of IBM in terms of the deployment of these technologies and productivity gains or other gains that might be happening? Where is it happening? And any lessons you can share first about the reality of AI inside the IBM workforce?
Yeah. So, Greg, amazing. I'm thrilled to be here. This is such a great event. I was able to listen in the last session. So fantastic. Let me just start very quickly. I'm going to break your question down to a few parts, if that's okay. I'm going to start by telling the folks here a little bit about IBM Ventures, because I think it's a really compelling story and a great place to start. So IBM, as a lot of you know, has led computing innovation for over a century, whether that's the mainframe, now to AI, looking forward to quantum. Our focus really remains on building what's next in enterprise technology, powered by world-class R&D in a thriving ecosystem, an ecosystem of startups and partners. I think that's really important. To accelerate this mission, Greg, you absolutely hit it. We launched a $500 million AI fund. That is one of the many things I do at IBM, but it's a very exciting space. It's really central to our strategy of investing and partnering kind of with that next generation of enterprise software companies. And we've already invested in dozens of startups globally. And really, from my perspective, we're just getting started. And what differentiates us, which is what I really want to hit on, is this idea of our Capital Plus model. IBM is not just an investor. And I think Maxwell said, well, I'm not here to give investment advice. We're really a strategic partner, right? And I think that's really important. And we're collaborating with these early stage startups, developing the AI and quantum that I talked about, that are solving today's most complex enterprise challenges. We're helping them scale by unlocking, using our global reach, our technical expertise, our trusted relationships. We partner with top tier VCs. We generally invest seed to Series B. We target 2 to 5% equity. But really, we want to align on what IBM's core areas are. And this is what you're getting at, right? It's AI infrastructure, it's applications, and as we look to the future, it's quantum computing. And generally, these startups typically fall within 3 key categories, right? Technology enablers, right, that enhance our own offerings. They're ecosystem partners that are driving that joint go-to-market, or they're kind of disruptive innovators that are redefining computing. And as a strategic investor, I really want to help our founders kind of grow, scale, and integrate with IBM and offer that differentiated access, client collaboration. It's a better together story. I'll give you a quick example before I jump into where the state of AI is today. And that's off mine. It's
hold on a sec, Emily. My question was, let me ask the question differently then. Yeah. Your conviction of AI, I'm assuming your deep conviction for the potential of AI, this generation of AI, is at least some extent informed by what you're seeing inside of IBM, in terms of IBM employees being able to leverage these technologies, get value from them in their everyday work.
Yeah, what you're referencing is like no matter what industry, no matter what geography, no matter what, every business unit wants growth, right? I think that goes without saying. I'm sure everyone on this call, and there's really, that is the reason why AI is so transformative, right? It presents us the best way to boost productivity that has never existed before. So I think what you're referencing is IBM's Client Zero story. So let me tell you a little bit about that, and then we can kind of jump back, because I do want to get to where the state of AI is and what I'm seeing. And that's the idea. In 2023, Arvind, IBM's CEO, set the challenge to rethink and reshape IBM to become the most productive company in the world, right? And in doing so, we work to redefine how the company operates through AI Plus. And what do we mean by AI Plus? We mean traditional AI, Gen AI, business operations, right? And since then, we have been testing our own technology on ourselves, drinking our own champagne, as they say, and that's the client zero approach. IBM as client zero, we mean by that is being the first users of our own AI, hybrid cloud, automation capabilities before they even reach our clients. And our interconnected approach really allows us to continuously look forward and sustain that momentum for the future. So, Greg, I know what you want to hear, right? You want to hear the numbers. The people want to hear numbers.
No, I don't know if we need. We don't need to necessarily hear numbers. I think we just want to hear.
Yeah.
You know,
so let me get
lessons.
there.
Well, we only have half an hour, so we got to get there fast. Lessons learned.
Okay.
You know, lessons learned or insights for the audience around. Yeah, you know, how's it going so far? If you're client zero, which I love the idea of client zero. You know, obviously eat your own dog food. So
we drink our own champagne, though, Greg. We don't need our own dog.
Okay, all right. Drink your own champagne. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. How's it going?
Yeah, exactly. So look, this is where I'm getting, right, is that we expect approximately $4.5 billion in annual run rate productivity savings by the end of 2025. That's up this is why I want to get to the numbers, right? That's 3.5, that's up 3.5 billion from the end of 2024. So it's gone extremely well. How have we done that? People might ask. We follow the core principle. It's eliminate, simplify, and automate, right? And that's guided our internal transformation and operational efficiencies. We've transformed over 70 plus work flows, right? The first step for anyone out there who wants to do something like this is eliminate unnecessary processes. The next step is radically simplify what remains. The third is automate everything you can and embed AI whenever possible, right? And that's the idea of connecting those siloed systems into centralized enterprise performance data platforms. We did that by embedding into AI support, customer operations, HR, right? And it's that shift from efficiencies to what we call extreme productivity. It frees up people to focus on the high value, strategic, creative work where AI reduces the manual tasks.
Yeah. So honestly, I just want to focus on the framework. It's a great framework for the audience. I just want to eliminate, simplify, and
automate.
Automate. Thank you. So let's.
And I can hear that.
How's this start, Emily? I'm just curious, when you kick off that first phase or that first phase, I guess, eliminate, is this like an AI SWAT team coming into a business unit or a function, or is it the function itself doing that? Like, how do you guys think about moving through these phases, and especially that first phase, right? Which you want to get momentum in that first phase. Yeah, just how do you guys think about doing that?
Yeah, look, it's this idea of like going in and thinking about, and it's cross-functional. We have an amazing team that does transformation. It's looking at the tasks that aren't needed, right? It's that elimination, and also it's simplification, right? It's that idea. It's like, okay, what's needed? What can be simplified? And then the third element is, okay, if you've got those remaining tasks, right? How do you automate some of those? How do you embed AI, right? That's why we're using AI. And I'll share an example. Let's look at Ask HR. That's something that we implemented.
Yep.
It resolves 95% of inquiries instantly. And this is going to be exciting for people. It has made our promotion cycles 75% faster, which I love, right?
Promotion cycles mean, just so the audience understand what that means. So basically running so explain what that means, because that's a good outcome, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's break down the first one. And when I think of 95%, right. Look, how many of you have been managers? How many of you have bought houses? How many of you rented? How many of you need an employee letter, right? Now, instead of asking Greg, me going to you going to HR, right? Now you can do it instantly, which is really, really exciting, right? And it can not even do that. It comes back and it then automatically goes to, you can automatically have it go straight to your, whoever you needed to go to, right? It's really exciting. And then promotion cycles, again, it's really an exciting opportunity to help identify people. Are they ready, right? It makes the manager process a lot easier. The other thing that I think has been a really exciting thing for us is customer support. 70% of inquiries resolved digitally, 29% faster for complex cases, 165 million in savings since 2022. And this is what I love, is a 25% satisfaction lift, right? So it's when I contact IT support, they actually get back to me now in a much faster way and my problem's resolved quicker, right? So it's like, these are the real internal savings that we're seeing. That they were
and these are projects or programs, Emily, they're like 2 or 3 years kind of from how long ago do you think these things got off the ground? So because these are what's that?
It depends, right? It really depends, right? So I mean, look, the IT customer support, 165 million in savings since 2022. Yeah. Right. So that's you look back, right? Yeah. But Greg, like, look, I mean, that's our client. No, we want to talk.
So I think we start. That's enough. That's enough. Meaning, let's pivot. Let's laser. Like, you guys are all. Here's my takeaway. You're all in. You are you're publicly reporting these numbers, right? In terms of gains and savings. Yeah. In some of the places where we would expect customer service and support. HR is an emerging use case, I think, for AI, both for small companies and for huge organizations like IBM. So that's good. So all of that fuels the conviction you have and the $500 million you have to invest. So then let's pivot to that, because I think you also have a lens on, you're seeing these startups that you're investing in selling to the enterprise, and presumably I would imagine one of your investment criteria to make an investment in an AI startup is you have to have conviction that they're going to generate value for their own enterprise customers, right? Like, if you're going to invest in these startups, you have to see some evidence that they're actually generating the expected outcome for their enterprise customers, which is probably productivity gains and efficiency and so on. So yeah, let's pivot there. What are you seeing? What I'm seeing is these hockey stick growth rates of what I call vertical AI, or AI, that AI application layer. First was in software engineering and coding, but now in other categories, legal and so on. Is that just kind of riff on that? What are you seeing, and what do those hockey stick growth rates tell you about this product market fit that's going on?
Yeah, I think a few things. Look, I think we got to acknowledge the market where it is now, right? Before we do that, right? And the first thing I would say, like, look at the state of AI, right? You're getting real traction. Enterprise AI adoption is now mainstream, is accelerating. And that's across all those areas: application, infrastructure, hardware. 42% of enterprises are now using AI tools. That's up from 26% in recent months. Like, that's a big jump, right? If we acknowledge that. I think the global market now is projecting, the last numbers I saw, to hit $5 trillion in 2020, in 2033, right? And Greg, what you're referencing, right, is that AI adoption is sector-wide. Finance and tech are leading it. But I think when you talk about verticals, right, your enterprises are really seeking specialized, tailored solutions, right, versus just the kind of the widespread. Tons of venture dollars are flowing. If we look at the market, $104 billion in the past year. I mean, OpenAI, right, $40 billion rounds. Corporate venture capital, right, is up from where it was in 2024. Not a big surprise. But like, look, I think vibe coding, if we look, let's look at what the next 3 to 5 years looks like, right? In my mind, there's lots of trends. I'll give you the top 3 I think are probably the most exciting, if that's helpful. Yeah. And look, I think you started to reference it. Vibe coding is going to redefine software development. And I will tell everyone what vibe coding is, just to make sure we're all on the same playing field here. It's a development approach where engineers are working directly with LLMs and AI agents with high-level instructions. They're acting more like architects and reviewers than line-by-line coders. This enables faster, more frequent software development to accelerate innovation, right? And why does it matter? You accelerate innovation by kind of compressing the development cycle. 60% of developers are now using AI coding, right? That's a huge number for people, right? Everyone knows Cursor is the leading vibe coding platform. I mean, they scaled from 1 million to 100 million in ARR in 2024, and then they surged to 500 million in a few months, that's explosive demand. But again, it's not, and the last panel talked about this before, it's not just about productivity. That's a huge part of it. But why this matters in the next 3 to 5 years is because it's going to fundamentally change the role of developers. It's going to shift the focus to system design, validation, governance, and therefore it's going to fundamentally shift the way that software engineering is. And so that's a space to continue to watch. It's a space.
And do you think as a result, Emily, engineering teams get bigger or smaller or stay the same size?
I think they get different.
Yeah.
I think they get different. I think the barrier to entry for deep technical folks is less, but you're still going to need those deep technical folks.
Yeah.
Right.
So again, I just want to bring it back to our theme for the whole day, ROI. So in your mind, AI ROI for software engineering or for investments in your engineering and technical team, a no-brainer.
Yeah.
The ROI
absolutely.
of AI is absolutely like that's a slam dunk.
Yep. I think the next interesting space is this idea of a multi-model strategy. What do I mean by that? Assistance, which we have now, to autonomous agents, right? In that shift. So this idea that enterprises are moving beyond single model reliance to that multi-model strategy. And they're doing this for flexibility, accuracy, and most importantly, cost control, right? So this is the idea that model routing is now going to be the new backbone, right? Whereas platforms can now route each request to the best model, adapt prompts, provide intelligent feedback. If I was part of the enterprise here on there, I would care deeply about this because it reduces vendor lock-in, right? Which is, we know is hugely important, and it improves resilience. So this is another really important trend that I see, and it matters deeply to the enterprises, right? Because it's this idea that it's like, it aligns with IBM's vision of being open, secure, and flexible AI ecosystems. And it's going to improve accuracy, speed, and cost efficiencies. Again, we are seeing this. We're going to continue to see this. I think this is a great place that's going to continue to get a return on investment. 85% of enterprises are using 2 or more models now in production or testing, right? Which is huge, right? And then you're going to continue to get both a multi-model strategy models, but different architectures, right? So again, an interesting, Greg, space to watch.
Yeah, but let's make that, let's bring that into sharper focus, Emily.
Sure.
So if I'm a leader, if I'm the CEO of a 100-person company, or the leader of a team, maybe a marketing team or a sales team, something like that, inside of a larger org.
Yep.
Should I be thinking that way as well?
You should absolutely be thinking of having a
but hold on a sec. But right now, though, my reality is I'm having a hard time getting more than 10% of my employees to use the one model. You know, like that's what the data. That's what the data says.
But are they using? Let me ask this, and I can ask the audience this: are they doing that because they're not seeing? Are they not using the right model, therefore not seeing the right return?
Yeah, I mean that's a fair question. That's a great question.
So it's I think it's really important to make sure that you're utilizing the same model. I said this back a while ago, right? I think sometimes people are not seeing return. Like, look, are you using classical AI? Are you using Gen AI? Are you using quantum? Like, you've got to make sure you're using the right capabilities for your workloads, right? I think as we continue to drive forward, you're going to continue to see people, you're going to have better results when you can put things through the right model that gets the right results. But you need this idea of a model router because you shouldn't be selecting yourself and doing all that testing. That's not an efficient use of your time. Let AI technology do that.
Yeah. That's
Greg,
fair.
let me hit you with one more that I think is really exciting. That is like totally newish, and I put that in quotes, not new for some of us, but going to be potentially new for a lot of people. And that's reinforcement learning, RL, right? I think that is the next frontier of enterprise AI. And what is that? I'm going to define it for you guys. It's the training of AI agents by interacting with their environment, learning from rewards, penalties, to refine decision-making over time. It's going to underpin reasoning, planning, and adaptability. It's going to be critical for those complex, dynamic workloads, and it's going to move AI beyond that static prediction into continuous improvement and autonomy. Right now, it's heavily being used in research labs, and they're scaling it to kind of boost that reasoning multi-step process. I don't think enterprises have really looked at this enough, right? And I think you're going to get kind of that dual layer. This is where it gets really exciting of combining what's going on with the lab scale RL and the broader skills where it's going to continue to improve with the enterprise level speciality of tasks. And this approach is going to have high capability aligned with business priorities. And that's really exciting because now you can use RL, it can be fine-tuned to optimize unique KPIs, whether that's from supply chain efficiencies to financial risk management, right? And if you start to incorporate this, it's going to give you a real competitive edge because it's going to start to better learn and understand your business, what you want to get after, and that type of stuff. I think that's
so like really dialing in my AI to to what I need it to do is what you're saying, right? Reliably.
What you care about. What
Right.
what are your KPIs? And your KPIs are probably, even if we work for the same company, vastly different than mine because we've got different jobs.
Yeah.
Right? And so
I
think-
guess I get
Great.
it. I'm struggling with all this in terms of where it's going, though, with where we're seem to be getting stuck, which is, this typical organization, the CTO has bought ChatGPT Enterprise, or I don't know, Microsoft Copilot Pro, whatever it is, maybe more than one, 2 or 3. We heard that from an earlier guest that, they've got, I think, 4 or 5 LLMs available to most employees. And again, what the data is showing that this is stalling out in this moment in terms of everyday employee adoption seems to be stalling out. Therefore, we're not going to get to the ROI. Just curious what your point of view on this is, and when you invest in your startups, what are you seeing them doing to solve for that? Because presumably these these application layer, but the application layer startups that you're investing in and talking to, they must be worried about this.
They are a little bit, right? I think we're super early. I think sometimes we forget that. We're so excited to use it and for it to transform into chat or Copilot, which now has chat, 1,000 questions, check our tonnage of our emails and help with draft emails. Great, fantastic. But if we look at the evolution of, say, the internet, the PC, right, our big things, it's like those took 15 years to have measurable gains. I don't think we'll see that, but I think it's like we're so early. I think people need to continue to have patience, and they're going to have meaningful outcomes. There absolutely is going to. We're already seeing it internally at IBM. I shared that story. Yep. I think it's finding the right use cases. And it's also just not like wide sweeping. Okay, we're just going to start using AI now. It's like, no, where are you going to start? And then from there, that's that land and expand model, right? So I would just say to people.
And then so I agree. How do we keep the CFO off of our back then? He or she wants to see, like, where's the ROI, or where's the this software is not cheap, right?
No, it's not. But look, I'm a big fan of land and expand. I'm a big fan of and look, how I feel about POCs. I think they're super important, and I think that they're very telling, and we can talk a little bit about that. But I think you got to pick 1 or 2 areas. You got to show, and we did this as well at IBM with our Kind Zero story, right? We started, using HR is a great example. IT support. It's like we didn't start with 70 workflows, right? We started with a few that were measurable, that we could see the real opportunity, and then as that gained momentum, when we saw a real return, we continue to drive success, right? So I think that's what I always tell people. I'm like, look, start small, show, and then continue to grow.
Yeah. Let's switch to investing in AI.
Sure.
As we race to the close here, Emily.
Yes. I can't believe we only have 10 minutes left. 7 minutes.
For most of us, there aren't many choices currently, right? At least in the public markets, there's just a few companies that we could invest in, at least at this point. But when you think about investing in AI, based on your own investments through the fund, and you talked about the 3 trends you're most excited about, the sort of what's coming, but say more around what you're looking for in these startups that gives you conviction that these are the companies you should be backing, and what what are you looking for in the winners?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, I always measure against 5 key pillars. I anchor that around that. I think strategic fit. For that, I say, I want to back a company with a differentiated vision that has aligned to major trends or a long-term strategy, my long-term strategy, and long-term strategy IBM. I look for technology and product, right? This is a really important one. This is breakthrough solutions with validated traction right? And have they done a POC? Do they have a pipeline? Have they converted that POC to an actual contract, right? I'm not looking for millions and millions of dollars in ARR, but I'm looking for something meaningful. And then do they have a product that is exceptional, right? Is it differentiated? Then I look at the third space I look at is opportunity, market opportunity. A large TAM, that's a total addressable market, right? Are there strong tailwinds? Is there a clear white space for leadership? Then, probably most importantly, in the early stage, the seed stage is the A, is the team. Are there high caliber founders, right? You're betting on people. Do they have deep expertise in domain spaces? I co-invest, which I shared early in the beginning. So I look at the cap table. Do I trust that cap table? Are they going to actually be helpful? And then the final thing I look at, of course, and we talked about this, financial discipline. Is it scalable models? Do they have realistic milestones? Do they have sound economics, right? Those are the 5 areas. And if you really do your deep due diligence in all those areas and you feel confident, you give it a letter score, A, B, C, D,
Yep.
if you're comfortable and almost all of them are B plus, A minuses, if not A's, then you're making a good bet.
Emily, that sounds like the scorecard an enterprise leader should be using. Similar, right? Maybe the same if they're evaluating themselves to buy software from an AI startup, right? If you think about, and that's why I wanted you to walk through this sort of framework, because, you know, again, on the buy side, a lot of vendors are calling now saying, hey, look at my solution, right?
Yes.
And related to that, and I want to go back to your POC comment.
Yep.
I want to talk about how long should the POC be? You think about it as an investor, are these POCs, you know, valid, and do they convert into something? I think as a buyer, as you know, as someone, again, investing in a POC, hoping to see some ROI at some point, you know, how long should that POC be? That's my first question. My second is, and I think it's relevant to both you as an investor and again, as an enterprise AI buyer, is this question of, well, what happens if I pick a technology or a platform and then the frontier models, you know, they get their solution gets kind of subsumed by a ChatGPT or a Claude, right? So as a buyer, should I be just, you know, how cautious should I be around buying a specific point solution, a vertical AI app, or should I be kind of waiting maybe for that functionality to come from sort of maybe one of the major platform vendors? Let's do POCs first, and let's talk about differentiated AI inside the enterprise.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, look, I believe strongly in doing a POC, right? And I think it's really important to be able to have those POCs actually convert, right? I mean, we're at an incredibly exciting moment for AI. The innovation pace is staggering, right? I think there are a few things you need to look at. And I would ask yourself these questions. Can you turn these promising pilots to enterprise-wide performance? Right? That's a question you should ask yourself, right? And if you don't see the potential, don't do a POC, right? It's not worth your time, energy, or money, right? I think the strongest signal for me when I look at convertible contracts is like, if it goes from POC to contract, it's a clear signal the solution is adding real business value, right? You've got momentum, right? It goes from a shift of being a test case to a business case.
You want that to happen in a year, in 6 months?
I want it to happen in 6 months.
Okay.
If a company can move from pilot to signed agreement in under 6 months, it shows alignment, urgency, and clarity of value.
Yep.
But Greg, let me say something. Speed does not mean rushing. It means readiness. And I think that's really important, right? For people to know, right? And then also I would look at like renewals are great signs, right? But ultimately the thing I always look at, and I hammered down whether I was on the actual delivering of capability side, the investing in capability side, is referenceability. I always look for trust signals in being a referenceable client for someone, or being on the other side, then being willing to go to market together. That is a sign you believe the solution is mature, it's reliable, and it's ready to scale.
Yep. Let's switch to the second part of my question, Emily, which is, how concerned are you as you invest, and do you think enterprise buyers should be around, you know, buying a point solution that might eventually get wrapped into someone else's broader application?
Yeah. Look, I think the first question, and we've got a really active audience, so I'm gonna ask them, they can answer this question on the chat for me. First, are you truly building a differentiated AI? Or are you just using a tool that's using AI or using an existing model? Second, is there real demand now? right? Is there a real is there a path? And we talk 3 to 5 years. Is there a clear path to strategic relevance in 3 to 5 years? And the third thing I think you need to be really careful about is you're going to need to, is that solution, and is what you're getting at, filling a major gap that LLM providers aren't addressing? And if it is, it's like, I don't know if you should go head to head with them, but you should figure out, how do I complement, not compete with those giants? And if you can answer those questions and you can go back to the framework I talked about, those 5 pillars, those are smart investments if you feel comfortable in those spaces.
And how would you think about it differently when you think about the enterprise buyer, or would you think about it the same way? Meaning, I'm the head of marketing, I'm the head of sales.
I think about it the same way. And oftentimes, Greg, I will tell you, when we're looking at startups and partners, almost all of them come to me and will ask me to help them assess.
Yeah.
Because they like the framework and they like the way we're thinking about it, and we're doing that deep due diligence, because we want to make sure that when we are partnering with people, we're investing with people, it's sustainable and it's for future growth.
All right, 2 last questions, Emily. We're out of time, but I want to take the time. I want to take the time. First is, you talked about those 3 big trends, but give us where's an opportunity that most people aren't realizing as it relates to enterprise AI? Is there anything that's overlooked or not considered?
I think reinforcement learning is where to look.
Okay.
I gave that one, Greg, because I think it's new, I think it's exciting, and I think it's going to completely change the way that enterprise AI is being utilized.
So let's spend then, I won't ask the second question. Let's spend the 30 seconds on that, just so the whole audience understands. What you mean by that is tools and services that will help the enterprise tune their AI to deliver on their use cases, their specific use cases, their specific KPIs.
Greg, their business priorities.
Right.
Let me give you 3 key takeaways that I'm seeing right now that I want to give to leaders. The first is enterprise AI adoption is accelerating. We know that we see it. It's reshaping the way we do enterprise workloads. The other thing, which is what you're getting at right now, is the specialization is key. Startups in AI companies that are tailoring and are using domain-specific solutions to meet those enterprise needs are winning. The next thing we didn't really talk about, and it'll be our cliffhanger, is compute is the, I don't know if I want to say new, it's the battleground, right? Frontier reasoning models are driving massive demand. And that's opening opportunities for hardware, software, networking, for those startups to come into play, right? And to figure out, how do we get compute inferencing costs lower?
Yep.
So those are the kind of the 3. I know we're over time, but I think those are the 3 key things I think I would leave people to think about, marinate on, talk in the chat about. So.
Love it. And you're right. We have a very active chat.
Yes, I love it.
Not short of opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, look, and I think I just saw one pop up. It's like, and I think I'm a big believer in a multi-model strategy. I think that's a combination of small LLMs, large LLMs coming together to give you the best solution.
Yeah. Emily, great to see you. Great to see you again. Come back. We'll do this again next year.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks.
Bye, guys. See you.
Bye.
Thanks, Emily. And thank you for the fodder for the chat, both of you, Greg and Emily. Greg, stick around for the next one. I hope the Sweet Greens is doing its job. You're ready, full of energy.
I've not had lunch yet. I've got it. I haven't eaten it yet.
Okay. Well, 30 more minutes and then you can go.
Nice. All right.
Folks, next up, Lee Bogner has done it all at Mars. AI-powered digital twins saving millions. That's 1. Predictive maintenance transforming operations, 2. And 3, the holy grail for many, which is marketing optimization that's driving actual revenue. Now he's scaling AI to 90,000 knowledge workers. Again, quite the feat. So not to reveal too much ahead of time, and we already talked about this, but if you're wondering about how Lee is doing all this, the secret there is relatively simple. AI is not the same as IT and should therefore not be treated the same. So let's see what else is in Lee's playbook for scaling what works. Lee, welcome. And Greg, you're up again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Good to see you again.
Yeah, Greg. All right. Good to see you.
Yeah, where are you joining us from today?
New York City area, suburbs.
All right. Okay. Great. I'm in downtown, and there's something happening. I think it's the UN General Assembly or something. So
Yeah.
you know, a lot of sirens and a lot of bad traffic. Anyway, great to see you. Let's get right into it, Lee. Our previous speaker, we zoomed out and really looked at sort of industry trends, and we looked at sort of where this is going. In this conversation, Lee, with you, I want to zoom in, and because you're on the ground, you've been on the ground building and deploying AI internally, both for employees and into customer experiences as well. So why don't we start there, Lee? When you think about AI, and again, this flavor of AI, this moment, generative AI, how do you think about it as should we prioritize building it into products and services, customer experiences, our websites and our apps and the things that customers interact with? Should we prioritize using it internally to drive better process, productivity, and so on? Both, like just riff for a minute or two on how you think about it.
So the way we look at it is we have a very wide scope of businesses across the globe, and we have 4 different business entities: food, pet food, and candy, in 85 countries. We also are a very principle-based company, and we build out our digital technologies, our e-commerce, our social, our cloud, based on these locales as well as a global perspective. So when we're looking at things like Gen AI, we can begin to think about how will it help each of our businesses in those locales, in those nations, in those regions, and globally, and then how do we go across the board for full end-to-end enterprise. So there's a lot of thinking along that. It's really not different from the way we approach digital and IT. The difference is generative AI in particular, and AI, predictive analytics, things like that, are newer. And with their being newer, there's less, really matured skills, if you will. A lot of people are playing with it. There's a high demand from suppliers, from customers, and the various businesses. And many of our business areas are further ahead than others. When I said we are principle-based, we focused on quality, responsibility, efficiency, mutuality, and freedom. Freedom is, I like to say, freedom comes at a cost. We can do a lot of things, and our businesses can. So many of them that are a little bit more mature with generative AI are moving much more quickly. So we've been using AI and generative AI to some degree, as well as, let's say, e-commerce AI, 5, 6, 10 years. And a lot of it is bottom-up, market-driven, especially in emerging markets where there's a lot of these frontier economies, and they really don't have the dollars to spend on, the global platforms, the Salesforce, the SAPs, and all of that. Now, that said, many of those tools are front-ending their own Gen AIs. So it's a big mix match.
Let's go just a little bit deeper there, because I think you answered the question I'm about to ask, though. So because you talked about freedom, because the question I was going to ask is that thinking you talked about, right? That strategy layer of thinking around how to, what to do with these technologies like digital, e-commerce, mobile, cloud. Now it's AI, Gen AI. Is that done locally, or is that done centrally, or some combination? Is it like AI SWAT team, with you, or is it some combination? Like just help us understand or recommend what you think we should be doing, central versus decentralized or a hybrid.
Exactly. So the answer is yes, all of the above. Now let me break it down. When you look at a large company, you want to take advantage. What's the advantage of doing things centrally? The advantage of doing things centrally, like we learned in IT and digital and cloud and all that, is that you have a structure, you have better commercial relationships with your vendors and your partners. You're able to leverage skill sets across the whole enterprise. But you might not move fast enough for the locales. So the locales, again, on the freedom, you're absolutely right, Greg. The smaller regions and countries aren't going to wait around for SAP to be rolled out, which takes many years. They'll go with Navision or some smaller ERP. Same with AI. So they'll start. What we do have is centralized governance and review, which really helps all of our applications coming in on all sides, enterprise, digital, and now AI. And that's where I spend a good part of my time when I joined Mars, is helping shepherd that through. Today, especially with AI, responsible AI, safety, governance has to be built in to each application. And we've learned that along the way with the prior technologies. So we're much better at it. And we have frameworks that allow us to do that. So this helps us understand what's going to be safe and usable. We do not want to restrict freedom by the businesses that have to compete in those local areas, and especially if they have local vendors that have AI capabilities that might work for them. But we do have a process, and that process can be long and deep, or it can be short and quick to meet market demands.
But
So that's
Lee,
just high level.
yeah, I got it. You said something I think it's really relevant to all of us, which is this is such a new area. There's sort of a lack of talent, right? A lack of having enough people inside the org that can think through this stuff and figure it out and build with it and run a POC and you know. So what are you doing about that in terms of either developing or hiring more people with those skills? How do you think about that challenge, and how fast do you want to kind of close that gap?
So Mars over the last 5 years has been very big in advanced data and data science and hiring in those areas. And that kind of morphed into AI talent, and there's more hiring in those areas. So these big commitments, I mean, huge $1 million investments in talent, as well as skills training and the like. You can never, in my opinion, not put enough into skills training. Now, with that said, there's innovative technologies that you might want to use. They might come from startups. There are professional service partners that we've had for many years, and they have centers of excellence that we can partner with. And we're building our own centers of excellence throughout the company. So there's a variety of ways we're approaching it. It kind of goes to what you were asking. We have central, we have highly distributed, and then we have a federated model, which is semi-distributed, but plays nice with others on both sides.
Let's talk about your center of excellence. And maybe Lee, frame of reference. Most of us obviously aren't working in an organization the size of Mars. But if I was leading 100-person or I don't know, let's say several 100-person organization, and I wanted to set up a AI center of excellence, just talk us through in your mind what that should look like, and what's that center of excellence actually going to do? What's its value?
So I think you got to look at it in a set of stages in terms of identifying talent. What do you have? Who's mature? Who's not mature? I'm very big around AI literacy, nomenclature, and speaking the same language. One of the challenges that companies run into is that as these technologies, especially AI, GPT, and the like, become more pervasive publicly, everyone thinks they're an expert. And frankly, that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. And people are not connected. So one of the things that I like is to be able to have strategic elements discussed, framed, maybe by business unit, by country, and then focus on their domain levels, either their product lines, their supply chains, their corporate functions, and begin to look at those elements. So if you can break it down into some of those areas.
And are you insisting on when new projects are being proposed, are you using some sort of common template, Lee, or sort of approval process to greenlight?
Sure.
AI. And now I want to shift the conversation out to ROI. Right. But is this kind of the first step of bringing ROI into focus, which is, hey, this is kind of the template you've got to come use and come with us, to get approval?
We do. We have I'm going to call it semi-mature, because it always can improve. Obviously, always continuously improvement. And what I'll call it is the approval and governance process. And it's based on architectures. It's based on technologies and frameworks. It's a central function, enterprise architecture. It's strategic in terms of direction. So it connects our partners, meaning our platforms or our systems integrator partners with innovative technologies and brings them together. We have processes where you go through and you get approved through going through a series of steps and templates. It can be deep and full, as I mentioned before, or fast track. And these analyze the application architecture, the business architecture, the data architecture, the infrastructure, the hosting environment, all of that coming together, and then connecting with security architecture and responsible AI. And then we have.
But what? Hold sec, Lee. Hold sec. But what level of analysis do you expect in that? I get all the architecture stuff and the governance, but I really want to focus on the ROI. When these projects are coming forward, is there an expectation of demonstrable ROI in some sort of time frame, or is it maybe that there's a less of a requirement for ROI because it's only going to be a POC or right. More like an experiment, experiment and AI experiments,
You look at as most companies will do, or similar and major corporations will do, we'll focus on budgeting for a POC and then taking that to an MVP and then taking that to a production live environment. And this could be a fully internal Gen AI application or something that's reaching out to the consumers or to our suppliers. So there's a variety of approaches and various techniques. So there is budget constraints that have to be looked at, and the higher they are, the more scrutiny by leadership and CFO gets involved.
Yeah. What do you think the mood is these days, either at Mars or more broadly around ROI? Is there skepticism? Is there what's your sense of the moment we're in? Emily, our previous guest, said we need to be more patient. This will take, we are very early, obviously, in that, the proven business value of these programs will take a while. Right. Do you agree, or do you think we should be more demanding of proven business value? What's your sense of this moment?
So I think we have to be realistic. I caught the end of what Emily was talking about, and I agree with her. There's a maturity aspect, and we're at the low end, the lower left side of that. We're at the crawl stage, not the walk, the run, or the fly stage.
Sure. Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that have to be proven. If you look at ROI for AI versus traditional is really looking at predictable savings and efficiency, cost savings, and all of that. Here we're looking for an AI probabilistic outcomes, a portfolio of POCs and MVPs, augmentation of personalization that might already be in place, or entering into new business models. So it's a variety. It includes a number of non-financial, intangible, strategic, value-oriented metrics, and it's really about emergent and iteration.
Yeah. But at some point, the patience is going to run out, right? For the people who are, the CFO eventually is going to want to.
That's why you need the leadership, the senior leadership buy-in. And the way that we work is that we work hand in hand. The CFO is a part of the conversation, but then so is the CIO and the COO and the CEO. And we have many of each across our various businesses. So it's not like dealing with one or two, we're dealing with dozens.
So if those guys, and I say that generically, meaning gender generically, if those men and women in the C-suite aren't on board, your advice would be not to go ahead. Or, like you really do need, the CTO might be able to buy it, but unless you have real business leadership buy-in, you're probably going to run into trouble, I would imagine, right?
True, but I think this is where the culture comes in. You really need to understand, we want to clamp down on one-offs that aren't providing value, that's for sure, and whimsical projects. And then you go all the way back to the corporate mission, way at the tippy top. just like any other company that's working effectively. And if the elements of the projects and its various steps, its various leaderships through the organizations, and it's meeting those missions and values, then you begin to have buy-in from even the tippy top leadership, because you can prove that we're going to drive revenue, reduce costs, all of that. Now, it's not as necessarily as tangible as a structured, ERP implementation. That's, we're going to the next level after 30 years.
Sure.
We've had a lot of experience in that. There's
Right.
a lot of unanswered questions, and we have to be able to go out and fail. We have to have a soft, safe space that we can experiment. Why? Because we want to be leaders in our various countries and locations and brands and products. And that's all part of it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, but tolerating, you would admit, right? Tolerating failure inside of corporate, I'm not speaking to Mars specifically, I'm speaking to just corporate life in general. Failure is not necessarily a good thing, obviously. Startups live and die by Silicon Valley, sure, creative destruction, all that, right?
I think you got to look at a level of perspective, Greg. Failure on a project is different than failure on a business model.
No, for sure. No, I don't disagree. Obviously, I agree. I mean, I just think it's, for some, this prospect of failure is a deterrent, obviously, just because we are early. A lot of POCs aren't making it into production. And that can just be
true.
Yeah. All right.
And it depends on what state we are. I think as companies like ours and companies similar to ours continue to grow, we'll see more move into production. But many of us are still in the experimental stage.
Yep. Lee, we got to race to a close here. I'd love you to share what's surprised you the most the last couple, 3 years. I know you got, again, referring to generative AI, your experience with AI and machine learning is longer and with a lot more experience there. But just most recently, as you've scaled generative AI across the organization, what's surprised you the most to the upside and to the downside, and maybe comment on how it's really different than deploying other IT technologies internally, if you will. But yeah, what surprised you to the upside and downside?
Well, the way I'm looking at it and what I'd like to share is it's really about leadership, communication, strategy, and execution. And I got 5 points I'd like to share with you. One is the curse of knowledge, and that's both AI and human literacy. And I've talked about it a little bit, being consistent, having the skills, or being able to communicate with your partners inside and outside, as well as customers and consumers. And not getting caught up in the jargon and knowing too much more so than your constituents and your stakeholders, but having that even keel environment. We've learned a lot through e-commerce and the other digital technologies. We need a good understanding of fundamentals, risks, and safety. We also need to really keep an eye on outsourcing critical thinking to machines. I'm very concerned about that, both in industry and education, because it has a definite impact. Third, I'd like to talk where prompt writing and prompt engineering is really an art, and it's melding into templates, libraries, and context engineering. And you touched on that a little bit with the reinforcement learning with Emily. Next, fourth, I'd like to talk about...
Hold sec. You're just saying everybody I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're saying everybody should be good at advanced prompting. That's what I heard you just say. Is that right? If you want me to dig into it, happy to go into it at a level of depth, either now or later. But I think prompting and context engineering with the reinforcement and understanding how tools, data, and model selection work, but prompting itself as the art and science is the wave of the future. You're going to have reading, arithmetic, and writing. And writing will include prompt writing, because you're not just writing for humans, you're writing for machines, and then you got to go back and forth. Okay.
Tied to that, and AI agents that you were asking, is the impact on the workforce. what's happening, and there's a trend where companies have begun to lay people off because of the fear or the impact of AI, and the consulting firms are doing all this stuff. Yeah, you know what's happening? It's not only 9 months later, they're beginning to hire some of these people back. Why? Because of a thing called AI slop, SLOP, or work slop. And that's because the quality of the work coming out of the AI is not up to where they need it. So at the end of the day, and my last point is about full agentic autonomy. We will never reach that. We will always have human in the loop. We will be highly autonomized, even more so as we get better, but the humans always got to be in there. So those are my 5 points on closing.
I love it. I love the vote for humans. And we're the pilots. The AIs are the co-pilot, right?
Very good.
Not the other way around. And yeah, we don't need more slop.
But the reality is, the prompt engineering, even though it kind of gets a bad rap, you got to be able to communicate with machines, do the reinforcement learning, do the iterations, be able to work within the context windows and create agents that can do that too.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, you know, I saw some research this week, Lee. I think it was from Better Up Labs, and it was about. I think they surveyed employees, and one of the complaints of employees was their coworkers were over relying on AI, so outsourcing too much, and that it was sort of like work slop. I think is what someone called it. That's where the work
slop, AI slop.
And I had breakfast this morning with my 24-year-old son, so I asked him about this. You know, like, do you think this is happening? You know, work slop. I don't see it obviously at Section, and he's like, absolutely. You know,
this goes back to the literacy, the learning, industry, and education. And I'm an academic too, right? So people are trying to take shortcuts in work and in education just to get their tasks done, and they're not verifying. And you have to be held to account on that. So that's all part of the operational process.
All right, accountability, human accountability. We're the pilots. Thank you, Lee. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you both. Two excellent takeaways. Learn how to write for the machines is one for me for sure. And the absence of AI work slop at Section. Proud of that one. All right, folks, let's move on. I asked you a couple of questions in the chat earlier. I wanted to see what's your why of AI, and also what do you see as barriers to adoption? I had a scroll, very active chat, but I do have some takeaways to share with you all before Taylor comes back on the stage. I know she was highly requested as a returning speaker, so we'll bring her back to share more on the barrier front. But let me tell you what the chat thinks about whys of AI and barriers to adoption. So I pulled out probably my top 3 favorites here. One of the whys that I really connected with was Dave Alton's post about AI being an X factor. AI leveling the playing fields everywhere. Dave, you've got to share more with us in the chat if you're still here. What do you mean by that? And do you all agree? We'd love to hear. Someone else said our why of AI is monetization. We're selling shovels in the gold rush, and we're not shy about it. So I see Taylor is smiling. She's teed up as the next presenter here. And Margot said AI shifts the power. It democratizes code and content. An excellent why to live by. So thanks for sharing that as well. Barriers, nothing new there, Taylor, I think, but let me tell you what the audience told us before we go into the one that you have to share. Carrie says it's very simple. It's psychology. It's human psychology. We have fears. We have concerns. That's a huge barrier. Tina said, more people in the UK are scared of the negative impact of AI than of a nuclear war. So chat, unpack that. And of course, Zoha, I think, was a representative voice for many when they said company policies are a barrier. So I think that's actually a pretty good segue into the next barrier that Taylor's going to share with us.
Yeah, although not exactly the next one, Maxwell. If only we had gotten that from Zoha, in the next hour or so. But we'll get there. Okay, guys, just as if you weren't on the last one, really quickly, I lead product and advisory at Section. I'm sharing 4 of about 10 or 15 consistent barriers to ROI we see based on our work with hundreds of companies. And the 4 that we're focused on today are the most common. I think of them as if you don't have these, you're going to kind of adoption, and then frankly, ROI is going to stall out right away. So the first we covered was you need a why of AI. The second barrier I'm going to talk about is access, maybe even less sexier than the why of AI. And when we talk to most executives, especially, the first time that I meet them, they're usually quick to dismiss this. They say something like, yeah, we've chosen Copilot, or we've chosen GPT, we've given the team access, let's dig into the next thing. But when we dig in to, talking to employees, talking to organizations, that's really not the whole story. I think that access still is a real barrier to getting ROI. So I want to kind of show you why. So, and let's get rid of our black boxes here. It sounds obvious, right? You can't get ROI from your AI investments if your employees don't have access to that investment. But there's nuance there. How many employees, who has access? And so most organizations have reported that they've already done this, right? 80% of executives are reporting that they've piloted or deployed an enterprise LLM. But employees are saying something different. So in our benchmarking, we ask knowledge workers across the US, across Canada, across Europe, and we ask them about what's limiting your use to AI, what's hindering your, if you're not using AI or you're not using it as frequently as we might like, what's stopping you? And we also ask them, do you actually have access to an LLM? And only a third of employees that work at organizations that approve of AI have made an LLM available to them. So I just want to kind of say that again. This is specifically looking at employees who say their organization approves of AI. So we've thrown out anyone who said their employer discourages AI or is silent on AI even, right? We're looking only at employees who say their company actually has vocally approved of AI. And even in those companies, only a third of employees say they have access to a company-sponsored LLM. So that's a lack of access, right? There's still a barrier there for people to be getting access and getting value, therefore, out of these platforms. We see it all the time when we're in companies. And these are just some quotes from, honestly, people we've talked to in the last month. Rollouts have been super, super messy, right? So often a few people were granted access to a GPT Teams account, and then more people heard about it and they asked for access. And then it snowballs, and suddenly no one knows exactly who has access to what tools or why what defines that group of people who has access to those tools. Sometimes a platform gets rolled out, even to a small team, and then everybody gets a little spooked, right? And it gets pulled back, it gets taken away, or it gets hindered or hampered in terms of the capabilities that are turned on. Very often it's opt-in versus opt-out, right? We'll give you access if you ask, but then no one knows that they should ask. It's hard to ask, right? These things kind of get slowed down, especially inside of larger organizations. Sometimes, like Alicia talked about in our first session, employees just don't even know where the platform is. Like, you feel like you rolled it out, and then we go in and we talk to employees,
okay.
and
So
they don't even
this is
know that
insane
GPT or Copilot or Gemini is
because
available, or a specific marketing tool, right? Or a specific tool for your engineers. So there's a ton here, right? There are cost implications. There are security implications. I'm not saying it's easy to get everyone access to a really strong AI platform, but I am saying that if you want to create an AI-powered workforce that's finding real high-value use cases every day, you need nearly every knowledge worker using AI all the time, at least weekly from our perspective. That's how they find opportunities to use AI themselves, and then how they find opportunities where you can embed AI in critical workflows. And they can't do that if they don't have access. So 2 common versions of these challenges, and then I'll share a little bit about the challenges we see within each of these 2 scenarios. So the first is, you've rolled out AI to everyone, but it's a hamstrung version of AI. You haven't included the best model or the best capabilities. So Emily talked about this a little bit, right? And she kind of challenged Greg and said, well, are they not using it because they don't have access to the best possible models? Usually this is because in the IT or the procurement process, right, it got whittled down. The platform got whittled down to exclude some of those powerful capabilities. One of the most common examples I see of this is an organization rolls out GPT and they don't turn on custom GPTs. When I tell execs who we work with who have found significant ROI from their investments, they're kind of shocked by that. They're like, what do you mean they haven't turned on custom GPTs? Because they've realized that by turning on these advanced capabilities, that empowers the employees to really understand better what are the ways that I could actually use AI, right? But again, when we are really, thinking about this from a security perspective and from a cost perspective, which again it's not like those are unfounded things to be thinking about, but that's where suddenly we've whittled down the platform to a much more basic, much less sophisticated version that employees have access to, and then therefore you actually have an access problem. The second scenario that's super common is it's been rolled out to a pocket of the organization, either a team, a level, or a function. This sounds great in theory, and it is to a certain extent, right? If you can have a fast, kind of violent pilot where you actually move through that pilot quickly. But in a second, I'll talk about what we see when you let that kind of linger. In companies that roll out a hamstrung version of AI, there are two things that happen. Beginners assume that it doesn't work well, right? They have a confirmation bias. Often they want to believe AI isn't as powerful as other people say it is. It's emotional, right? Or they just don't get it. It's a platform, it's a technology that none of us have been used to, right? We're used to technology where when we go into a platform and we say 2 + 2 = X, it gives us 4 every single time. AI doesn't work like that. So when you hamstring the platform and you roll out either a model that's out of date or again, AI with less of the advanced capabilities, and beginners go in and experience AI, they don't see kind of the full potential of the solution. The second thing that we see is that your advanced users, they just get frustrated, right? They know how many of us have personal accounts, even if our company hasn't rolled out full, GPT-5 or custom GPTs or things like that, right? They know that these things exist. They're using them probably in their personal life. And so your shadow AI rates go through the roof. All of this is going to limit your ROI and frankly, limit your safe and effective ROI use that drives ROI, right? If the very thing you're trying to stop, which is employees using some of these more advanced capabilities, might just happen off platform. We also work with lots of companies who want to pilot. And like I said, I think pilots can work if they are executed quickly in honestly kind of a month or two, right? In terms of, and also if they're executed through the lens of, what are you actually trying to accomplish with the pilot, right? Like, what are you trying to prove? And we could talk more about that at a later date. What we do see, though, is if these pilots linger longer than like 2 or 3, I would say even like 1 to 2 months, 2 things happen. Novices and beginners, they get anxious, right? They hear about AI use, but they're not experiencing it themselves. And they start to wonder more about their job, about the quality of work that comes out of AI, what's happening over there in marketing where they're using Copilot. Oh, they must be, generating a ton of marketing slop like we were just talking about, right? And they become more resistant usually. And then you have the same thing happen as it happens in the first scenario for your advanced users. They get frustrated if they don't have access, and they often go underground, right? And again, you see shadow AI use go through the roof. So from our perspective, if you're going to invest in an LLM, you have to go all in to get real transformative ROI. That's what we've seen with our clients. That's what we've seen with ourselves. So your mandate is you can't kind of have half measures, right? You have to commit and get every knowledge worker access to an enterprise LLM. It has to come with coaching and upskilling that's been talked a little bit about today. And you have to turn on the most advanced capabilities you can. And then the last piece, and a couple people have talked about this, Lee was just talking about it a bit. I think it was talked about in the first section. You also need a fast, efficient approval process to allow functional teams to pilot tools that cater to their specific goals. One of the most common things we hear when we go into an organization is a ton of frustration around the fact that it takes 6 to 9 months to get approval to test something out on the marketing team that's a marketing specific platform. I'm not like, that's hard, right? Like in a big organization, yes, especially if you're handling if you're in a highly regulated industry, but 6 to 9 months just doesn't work, right? It just doesn't work at the rate of change that these platforms are changing. So, again, a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about today sounds easy on paper. When we jump in and get into organizations, even if you don't think you have an access problem, a lot of organizations still do. Even the most advanced organizations we work with are constantly thinking about these challenges. But they have figured some of this out, right? We work with executives in highly regulated industries that have built new solutions and new processes, and they've brought IT and finance and HR and other parts of the org along. But consistently across all those advanced organizations we work with, they have done these three things. They've gotten the most advanced capabilities of AI into the hands of almost every knowledge worker in the organization. Okay, Maxwell, I think that's it on number 2. I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Taylor. The chat can't get enough of you. Don't worry, folks. We're going to bring Taylor back. And thanks, Taylor, for being here. Next up is a conversation with Ritu Chakravarti, AI Solutions Strategist at AbbVie. Ritu likes to reiterate a pretty blunt truth about AI products. No stick, no ROI. That's the truth. So if people aren't using your tool weekly, if it's not sticky, and it's not making their life perceptibly easier, you've already failed. So in this session, we're going to dig into some messy realities. What's working, what's really not working, what tools have failed. Ritu will share all of that with us. And yes, those realities are messy, but all of this is messy is in the service of building AI products people will actually use, that stick North Star. So joining Ritu on stage is going to be Ed Ortega of Machinima Partners. Ed is an AI builder and self-proclaimed AI geek as well. So this will be a fun conversation, I'm sure. Ed, Ritu, welcome.
Thank you, Maxwell.
Thanks, Maxwell. I wanted to just say that I'm really stoked to have you and be able to talk to you here today, Ritu. We talked earlier, and I learned a lot from you, and I think everyone in this audience should be really excited to have an opportunity to learn from you today, because this is not going to be a high-level conversation. We are going to get into the weeds. We're going to talk about, actual projects that you have built. This is not your first rodeo. And I think in in technical circles, we call people like you a badass, because you have done this, you have delivered results, you have actually proven ROI. So before we get started though, just dive in, tell us a little bit about your role, because you have a really interesting role at AbbVie, and it's kind of a new type of title. So tell us about that.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Ed. Whatever you said, and let's see that what kind of value I deliver, something that sticks. So my name is Ritu Chakravarti, and first of all, I'm not a data scientist, nor do I build AI models. So what I do, I actually help people and team to understand what AI and generative AI can do for you, and then help teams to turn these strategy and bets into some product or stuff that actually stick. Like people use it on day in, day out, not abandoning after a week one. Because one thing what I have seen, 80% of our enterprise AI pilot don't go to production. And that's the MIT report. It's not like something what I'm making it up. Why? It's not because the tech is failing. It's mainly because it is not sticking to the people. So anything which you are building and if people are not using it, ultimately it may not result into your P&L. So what I did, I have started asking different questions. Whatever we are building, is it gonna show up in P&L? Anybody's gonna use it? And that actually shift everything. So that is what over the time what I'm doing it now, guiding team to make adoption from day one. So we are not building some shiny tool, but we are building something that people want to use it.
So how do you do this? What's the mechanism? I think there's a lot of companies that I think have identified use cases that sort of seem like they have potential. There's more use cases that probably than we have capacity to build. So how do you identify what the right thing to build is in the first place? What's the first step here?
Absolutely. And you asked the right question because, and we briefly talked about it. So I use a simple litmus test, and it is a 3 simple word. I call it stop, easy, stick. And let me unpack a little bit. So it is like a gut check or test even before you build anything. First thing is, are we asking what is the one thing user is going to stop it when you bring this product? Because you're removing a friction. And if you're not doing it, that is the first test to fail. Then second thing is, are we making it easy for them to adopt it or making it easy for their to use it? If again that is not yes or maybe, then maybe or no is like a doubt that it is not a good idea. And the third important thing, anybody is going to use it after a pilot or demo, the 15 days, 30 days. So if I don't get these answers very concretely yes, then probably we are not ready. And then we may go back a little deeper, like how do we unpack other things across the board? And that's my litmus test. So that I will stay there.
So just right there, you're kind of the first step, like stop. What are we going to build that's going to replace something that someone is doing? So they're going to stop doing that, and the tool is going to replace that. It's going to remove friction. And so like how at that point, what is the, how do you evaluate it? Is that enough, or do you have to go deeper? And is that at that point, are you starting to try to connect this to the return on investment? How do you have confidence that you're making the right, that you're choosing the right thing to go after?
Absolutely. So when I talk about this simple test, so sounds simple, right? But it cuts deep. So like we look, my general idea is make it simple, because simple is hard. But it actually goes through the entire loop. So it's not only testing the product idea, but we are also testing whether our people are bought in, well, processes are there in flow. And let me walk you through how the stop works. So for example, like we talked about that a little bit on the product side, testing the idea that what are we removing. Most of the time what happens when we talk about stop, it is like, okay, let's build a lot of feature. And good products is not sticking because of the number of feature. They say what I'm killing, which needs to be killed, what I'm stopping. So that's the product idea, ensuring that you're building something which is needed. Then you run that on the process side, because you have to stop assuming that people will buy or adopt something which looks smart or shiny. So that is the stop part, which I actually tested, like what is the change management required? Because you have to stop pretending that you require the change management. You need to buy in people. If people don't understand, and sometimes it is like a fear of that, not only losing my job, but fear of, am I going to sound dumb because I got something from AI and I didn't test it, it hallucinate. So that fear. How do you remove those objections? And that is the very important stop. And then the last thing about the processes, which is like help you to scale across the enterprise. The one thing which I feel that, which is like really core of my value or in framework,
please record your
stop
message.
cloning something that is already been proven in the market. So if anything that works off the shelf, buy it, because many things we as a builder like to build everything. In AI and Gen AI world, this doesn't work, because you will remove a lot of resistance and friction if you are already taking something which is somebody has already invested time and energy and proven into market. Because what happens, what I've seen, you want to build another co-pilot or assistant, and there are good tools which is doing much better job than your tool, right? So people start comparing, say, okay, by the way, I could do with ChatGPT 5, and while you are bringing it, it doesn't do this, doesn't do this. Why should
This is exactly what Taylor was talking about, right? You're building a lesser than version. They're looking at your thing. You're like, oh, this is terrible, and but why don't we have a good one that actually works the way that we want to?
Right.
Yeah.
So that's I have a lot of different examples which I could share. So it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah, so let's get into it. So let's go back. So in the beginning, as you're identifying use cases, you're looking for places where, hey, whatever we build here is going to deliver real value. It's very user-centric, it sounds like what's going to work for this user. And then you also have to think about the change management for that user. So not only does it have to be valuable for the user, it has to be something that can be implemented in their workflow, that they can adopt, that they feel comfortable with. And then finally, you have to actually build something that is genuinely good and that you have buy-in from sort of the larger organization to deploy and stuff. So what's a concrete can you give us a concrete example of something that has gone through this process? Let's do that first, like something that an example of something you've built that has delivered.
Absolutely. And before I do that, like you mentioned, very good point, which is like a workflow, right? So anything which you are bringing a product, it is removing the friction, but it also has to be in flow. So that is the litmus test. You check it, like whether it could be in their QBRs, it is their daily stand-up, in the tools which they are using, Salesforce, Jira. So this is the example which I wanted to really, a very interesting one, not the good one, which where we were very successful and delivered the ROI at the very first place. We wanted to build a conversational analytics for a retail client for their customer care team. And the whole idea was that you can have the customer voice as well as like what are the support tickets, how they are dealing with different SKUs, and one common place where you can answer, Copilot specifically. And again, we failed the first litmus test because we didn't have a very clear understanding of what are we removing and for whom. So, and which flow it falls into. So, for example, today when this customer care representative, when they are dealing with the customer, there are 3 steps they do. They look into their support ticket tool, and then they find the details, which is the one stop this Copilot is helping us to remove it, and how it is filling into their environment. And when we didn't do, when we started rolling it out for the first time, it looks very shiny. Everybody started using it. And then they realize it is not answering the basic question, some of the question like, okay, why this SKU and in this store has a negative reviews all the time? Because the data domain, that particular data domain was not well connected with the our analytics tool. Again, going back to the purpose, if we knew it, okay, this user is having 10 questions answered and we want 5 questions to be done by Copilot, then absolutely you would have bought that data domain first, not in the pipeline. So what happened, like 3 months down, people have started going back to their old pattern, and leadership started asking, where is the value? I don't see in the P&L. What are we doing? Are we just doing the shiny toy? We realized that's the problem, and then you go back and fix it. We fixed it, get the value. But what happened, the initial excitement, and you lost that inertia, that excitement which you could use to scale it across the enterprise.
So not only have you failed to deliver value, but you've also lost credibility to a certain extent. That
absolutely lost the momentum. Lost the momentum and excitement that, okay, Copilot will help make my life easy. Say, okay, I don't know what is in the next release. So now you need to do an extra change management. You need to ensure that. So that is one thing, like